Hello, welcome to today's episode. So today is our second episode and the final one of building a simple e-commerce using Laravel. And we managed to do a couple of features. We did some CRUD functionalities. So I'm just going to demo for you what we managed to do. Time wasn't on our side, but I created a whole documentation for this that you're going to be referencing for everything that I covered, and others that I left for you as an exercise. I left everything in this documentation. I will also leave a link. So we started by looking at how all these make sense. We talked about the models in details, controllers in details. We looked at the commands for controllers, models, and everything. And then we went ahead and started implementing. We started, of course, with categories. We were able to add in a new category. So you can just say demo category, just like this. And you can add add a color for this. Just say BG pink 200. I can add this is the category description, and then you can upload. You can see we have a nice upload component. Let me just add any of the images from here. So this is an image component for multiple upload, single upload that I created. And it is also in a documentation. So you can see category created successfully. You can create another one, and it is here just demo category. As well as if you just go back to the home page, you will see that we have the demo category. So we just also went now to the products, which was having more concepts actually. But we also did the same exact thing. So let me just go ahead and add in one of these things. I'm just going to add maybe this camera, and then I'm just going to go here and add this. Now you can add colors. So you can add colors, different colors that you want. Let me just you could just go to tailwind colors, and you just get any colors, maybe from, I don't know why I'm just going this side. We could just get any colors. So you can just go here and search for colors. I just need to get a colors to show that the colors you can add them. Colors. Okay, so let's just add this orange color. So you can just come here and you say, for instance, orange, and then you give it color. And then you can add another one. Let's add for instance green. I'm just going to add this green, and then you can come put a comma and you put green, and then you put the color. So we did also some data manipulation, how you can manipulate data, save strings, arrays. We can just add this maybe 50,000, then original 100,000. Features, we can just say night vision. Okay, then HD picture. Okay, then is featured, and then you can just come here and say this is a camera. Browse images, and you can just add all these images. You can add as many images according to how I made it. Whether you want 5 or 6, you can add all the images you want. So you can see these are 4 images, and we can just go ahead and create this. You can see product created, and now you can see it is here. If I just go to the UI and products, let me you just see that it is here, that we have just created here, and you can just go ahead to the detailed page. So we also worked on the detailed page, so you can see the colors we added, the 2 colors, you can see them here. You can see the features we added, and we can see also the images that we added. We can also look at, we have similar products, we also worked on similar products, and you have the exact same functionalities. Okay, so yeah, that's what we managed to do. We didn't do so much like the delete functionalities, but I added everything in the documentation. And I also going to bring a starter kit. So let's dive in and get started. Hello, welcome to our second episode of building a simple e-commerce using Laravel. So I hope you enjoyed the previous episode, and I hope that you learned a lot from the previous episode. So in today's episode, we're just going to be tackling some concept at the back end. We're going to be looking at how data can move from the back end to the front end, and how also data can move from the front end to the back end, and vice versa. So we covered a lot of concepts in the previous episode. So in today's episode, I'm just going to try to cover as much as I can. I just want to also try to make it still as simple as I can, so that we all understand, so that we don't get really lost. So let's just talk about again how data moves. So I'm just going to illustrate here. So assuming this is my application, so there are 3 components, as we say, that are responsible, and if you understand these 3 concepts, you will be really okay. So let's just I'm just going to duplicate this here. So data is going to be stored. Let's say for some reason you have your data stored in the DB. So let's say this is the database. So you have data stored in the database, maybe in your Postgress here, and you want this data to be shown to this, let's say to this page. So you have, let's say on the home page, I'm just going to, let's say this is a certain page, let's say home. Let's say for this case, let me just like demonstrate like this is the dashboard, right? So this is the dashboard, as you can see here. So I want data to come and land on the dashboard. So I'm just going to say here dashboard, maybe. Okay, so I want my data to come and land here at the dashboard, right? Like this. So data cannot come direct. Data will not come direct from this to this. It won't. So what you will need from here, you will need 2 things in between. Okay, this is how data is going to move. You will need 2 things in between. The first thing that you will need is a model. So you will need a model, and the model is the only one who can define, the model is the only one which can define the tables in the DB. So here the purpose of the model here will be 1, it can define the table. Okay, it can define the table in the DB. I'm just going to move this maybe down here, and let me just reduce it. So it can define the the first thing, define the table in the DB. That means it is going to define all the columns. 2, it can interact with the DB, or it can fetch, stroke insert data to the DB. Okay, it can just like fetch data from the DB or insert it in the DB. So these are two important roles that the model is going to be playing. Therefore, you need a model. Then another thing that you will need is going to be a controller. If you remember from our previous, you know how important this MVC thing is. So this one, the controller does also two things. One, it will get or give data to the model. So it is the only one which can communicate with the model to get the data. And finally, it will route the data to the destination. So it will route the data to the destination. So like it is the only one who can know where data should be sent. Okay, so this then this this will just like give get here. So if I just can delete this one, and maybe I say this is the movement, just like this. So data comes from the DB, goes to the model, from the model goes to the controller, and the controller will be able to route the data to the necessary place. So, and the view, so this one in turn is the view. So this one, it will display or present the data in more understandable, in a more readable or understandable format. Okay, understandable format. So that is the main purpose of the view. So this one literally is actually the view. So the MVC, this is how it goes. So before you do anything here, you need to know how to create a model. Okay, so how do we create a model? Because that is now very important. So we go to creating a model, because that is the starting point that you need to actually do. So let's just talk about now models. So to create a model, there are two main activities or three activities. One, you should be able to define or create a model. So you can just use the command. So you're just going to discuss the commands. PHP artisan make model, and then the name of the model. The name of the model must be in start with a capital. So here's a category like this. Now there is another important thing that follows creating the model. So there are two things you need to do. You need to create the model name, and at the same time you need to create the table fields, because as you said here, that the model will define the table, or it will define the data types or the columns that are going to be in that table. Therefore, you need also to be able to create a model, and then with a file that will hold a table, or a file that will help you modify the columns of a table. And to do that, that means you need to follow by creating a migration file. So you can also create a migration, and you can just say make migration and then you put the migration, and this is supposed to be a table. So for instance, you can just say create category like table, just like this. This will be the name of the file that will have the table. Luckily enough, you can execute these two commands in one command. Okay, so instead of just like always writing PHP migration create, this is not something which is very nice, or Laravel can do this for us automatically. So I'm just going to remove this, and instead I say -m. This one, it means it will create a category with its migration file, or with a table for modifying the category table. That I think that one is clear. So after this, still on the model, you will have to, after you have created the model, you will have to define. Okay, you will have to define. Let me duplicate this. So after this, you will have to go ahead and define the fields. Okay, the fields that you need to be mass assigned. What this means, the fields that you want to be filled on the, because here in this one you defined the table fields, like all table columns, like you have ID, you have a name, slug, and image, and so others. So in this, or all these ones, which fields do you need to come from the form or while you're creating? So you just come and define those fields inside the model. So that's the second thing you need to fill. Then the third thing, which can be optional, okay, you define the casts, and these are just like do you need to transform any data at the time of fetching it? Do you need any automatic data transformation? Okay, data transformation at a time. Maybe let me just go here. Data transformation at a time when you, maybe when fetching, or while fetching the data. And the reason why this step can be necessary is that sometimes Laravel or saves data in a different format than the way it is going to be consumed on the front end or in the PHP. So for instance, Laravel saves, that is, I think this is just like something to do with the MySQL or Postgress, I think, in Laravel. It saves, for instance, booleans, it saves them as 0 and 1s. Okay, so when it's saving in the DB, for you, when you go in the DB, you will find it is 0 and 1. While on the front end, you want to consume it as a boolean, true or false. So that means you might need some data transformation at a time when that data is going to be fetched from the DB. And you also need to define this in the models. And the last one that you may need, you may define if you have any relationships. So define relationships. Okay, you may just go ahead and define relationships if they exist. So you can define relationships if they exist, and that means you can do that. And lastly, the one is to define some, you can define some reusable functions in the model. Okay, so even the relationships, you're going to say that we define some functions that can just help to know what is going on. While these ones, you can, for instance, define what you call scope functions. So you're just going to look at, so like scope functions. So scope function would be a reusable function that you define in a model, and it would be help to build like a query or something. So these are going to be some of the things we are going to do in the models. Then after that, after you have built your model and you are done, then you can move to the controller. Now let's first actually do this. Okay, we can just first go ahead and do this. So what we can do right now, I'm just going to go and create, actually there's one thing that I didn't talk about. I did not talk about, which is actually doing data seeding. So at this point, you can also think of data seeding. Okay, so you can do data seeding. That is like, I always like data seeding as you have some data to work with in the database. Okay, so just like go ahead and do, for instance, the category model. So what this one would look like, I'm just going to open my terminal here. I would first create my model. So just say PHP artisan, PHP artisan, make model, and then the name of the model, which is going to be category, and then I put space -m to create a migration file. So I want you to see there are two places. The first is the model, and the models are found in app models. So you can see app models. You can see we only have the user model, and you can see it starts with capital U. That means like it is this is how you define it. And when you go to also database here, you will see there is what we call migrations, and in the migrations you see that there are some files which ends with a table. Okay, for instance, create users table, and I showed you this is how it is created. I create users table, and so when they created the user model, they created also the table for modifying the columns in the user table. So if you click on it, you will see that there is a function that helps us to define the table columns like this. Okay, so that is done. So now I want you to watch these two places, the models place and also the migration. On the migrations, we have 3 files, while on the models, we have 1 file. So if I just come and I enter this just goes ahead and creates 2 things. The first one, it creates the category.php in the models. As you can see, it is an empty file, not having anything as such. Okay, and then the second one, it created this create categories table. Okay, which is a migration file where we are going to modify and add columns in the database. So now you can just come inside this one. Okay, so at this point you need to know some a few things. One, how they define the data types in the tables. So you can define the columns, but to define a column you need to understand some data tables in this. Now you can find, I think, a full guide on the Laravel documentation. You can just go ahead and search in the docs, and maybe you search for data types. I just want to also say that I've always been finding it hard to really finding things from the Laravel documentation. I don't know how the search works, but really it doesn't really work with for me very well. The documentation has a lot of information, that is for sure, but it is not easy to get that information really fast compared to other documentations like Next.js docs and other docs. Here you can just come and type in something and it will just show you some other page which has nothing to do with what you are looking for. So I don't know, like for instance, how to get to those defining, like for instance, I'm supposed to come and I say defining, for instance, table columns or something like that. I don't know, but you can see that they can bring you some other things where it has nothing to do with what you want. So I really don't understand. So when you have gotten a page, or you find that you already have a page you want, you might need to keep that link somewhere so that in the future you use it. And that means that I might actually be forced to create my own Laravel documentation that I can be using, because this one really, it gives me just a hard time. I don't know where I can start. Like, it doesn't show me, things are not just like easily gotten, like where to find. Like, defining table columns is something that everyone needs to understand right away, but it might be something that takes you time to know where it is located. Okay, so for the person who is starting out, it might just be something that you might just need to do. Now, I know some of the types. I'm just going to take you in so that we don't waste a lot of time. But when I get this page, I will just most likely just to leave it somewhere. So let's say they already give us two things. From the other migration files, you can see, for instance, if I just go back to the users table, you can learn a lot of things from this. So the common type is going to be, for instance, a string. And we know this from your PHP. You know, there's type string, there is integers, and so many others. So you can define a table column by defining table, and then you give it a type, and then the column name. This is the same pattern you use all the time. And timestamp is used to create dates for you automatically, that is created at and updated at behind the scenes. Okay, so we have, for instance, integers, we have strings, we have text, like for description. Let's say for the categories, for instance, we need the name. So I would just say that this would need a table, and then you say string. Okay, and then inside here you define the column, which is going to be the name, and that's it. Then you can put this. Now I can define some other table. For instance, I need a slug. So for this, I will just say slug. It is also a string. Now you want slug to be unique, so you can chain something like this, unique, to mean that this is going to be unique. Okay, then next we can define, for instance, an image, and this is also going to be a string. Let's name it image. But this one can be nullable, meaning that this field is not required. So you can just use another keyword called nullable to mean that this one can be not required, or it can accept null values. The next one, you can just want maybe to define the description. Okay, you might just want to add description. Okay, now description stores more text than the string, because by default this one will be storing 255 characters, I think, and then it can store more than that, I believe. But then if you want to store more text, you may define what we call text. So there's another type called text, which takes in more characters, like for description purposes. Okay, so now these are all the fields we want. Maybe you can just even go ahead and you store, for instance, a boolean. Okay, so when you store, for instance, is active and it is a boolean, in the future, as I said, we're just going to see it maybe for this one, I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, but you could just go ahead and store some other things like booleans. I'm just going to demonstrate that in the product table. So I've defined all the things I need. Okay, the name, the slug, and the image and description. So after you have finished, okay, now let's just go back to the notes. You define the fields that you need to mass assign. So we defined the model, and after we created the model, we went ahead and modified the table columns, and now we can define the field you need to mass assign. So going back to the as I've said, by default all these ones are protected. Right now, if you just go and even migrate, you cannot still create anything, because by default Laravel protects the database by making things not to allow to enter anything. So you need to go ahead and define on all these fields which fields do you want to mass assign. So I would go to the category model and I will just create a protected variable called fillable, and this needs to be named this same name, fillable. You cannot create any other name. Okay, so here we define the fields that you need to mass assign, all the fields that you are going to be filling in from your forms. So I'm just going to say, for instance, the name. So the ID is auto-generated, so I'm not going to include it. So I'm just going to put the name, and then I will just also include the Slug, and then another one is going to be the image, and then lastly another one is going to be description. So the way we named them the other side is the same way you come and add this one. So there is also the opposite of this. Okay, so here in this fillable, you define all the fields that you allow, or the allowed fields to be mass assigned, or allowed fields to be created from your forms. Alternatively, you can create another one which is actually guard. Okay, you so just do the same thing like protected guard, and then in this one instead you can add the fields that are not allowed to be filled. So it's the opposite of this one. So here, for instance, I can specify the ID and maybe the timestamps. Sorry, maybe the timestamps. Like this. So I can just come and I add the timestamps. Okay, but you will see the developers, like most developers, like fillable because it defines exactly which fields you want. It is so much explicit and it is more understandable. So I will not be using the guard, but just know the guard is the opposite of fillable. So after that, you ask yourself, do we have any data that we need to automatic transform? Most especially this data is going to be, if you have JSON, if you have booleans, you might just need to cast them. So right now we don't have any for casting, so just going to do that in another one. Then another thing, do we have relationships? We don't have any existing relationship right now. After putting the products, we are going to see that we have a relationship, and then we'll go ahead and define it. Do we have some reusable functions here, or scope functions? Not really right now. I'm just going to show you an example of why you use like the scope functions, for instance, to fetch like similar products. Then data seeding. So the last one would be doing data seeding. So data seeding is a way how we can add some dummy data in database to work with. So for instance, if you just go on our application here, you'll find that we have some data that we already have in these tables. Okay, let me say, for instance, if I just go on the home page, we have, for instance, some categories that we have here. So I might just go and pick like 2 or 3 categories, and then we work with them, just simply add them and see how all these ones work. Okay, so to do data seeding, you have 2 ways. No, you don't even have 2 ways, but you have 2 choices. One, you can use what you call factories. So factories is a way of writing your seeds programmatically. Okay, so you can see, if you just go on database, there is what you call factories, and there is this user factory. So the user factory allows you to define a function that can help you input fake values. For instance, they're using the faker, which is also in built-in. You don't need to even to install it, and it gives you some fake data. And then after using factories, you can just go under these seeders, and then there's this table called database seeder. And this is why you define your functions that is going to run to seed. So you can see, after you have defined the factory, you can use the factory to create some users. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and comment this. I already created a user. I simply only want to create the categories. So you would just go ahead and get some. We're just going to use like 3 categories only. So I can just go in, for instance, in our file called it was, I think, shop categories, and here maybe we just get like for instance, by the way, there is this here colors. We had some colors. I think I'm just going to add that. I'm just going to add that. Let me just go in the database, Cedar. In this create categories, I'm just going to add one thing, which is going to be also the color. Okay, so I'm just going to come here and I will add a string. Okay, I will just simply add color, and this maybe we just make it nullable or you make it required. It's up to you. Okay, and by the way, you can also define some default values. Let's say instead of nullable, I would want like one default value. Like for instance, we need like this color is, for instance, BG amber. So I can just come here in this and I say that for this I have a default value, and I would just say default and then I define it, for instance, like this. And now I need to add this color in the model in this here, because this is also going to be coming from. Okay, so I was just going to talk about the seeding. So I just need to get like 2 or 3 categories. So I'm just going to go in these categories. I will just get like the first one, like this one, and then I will just get the, let's just see, I need just like 2 or 3. So you have beauty, fast, healthy, and men's fashion. So I will take those 3. I'll just take that, then I will just come do Alt, pick this one, and sorry, so I will just first pick these 2 up to here, then I can pick also the third one, which is this one. So I'll just press Alt and get this. So you can just copy this one, and then you go back here in the Cedar database Cedar, and you can first define, for instance, a variable called categories. Now, yes, this is going to be an array. And now, how you define here the array? The array items also need to be, this has to be equal signs. They have also not to be objects. The way you see here, this is not the way it's supposed to be. So you can see here in JavaScript, we normally use objects. While here, we need to actually convert this. Okay, so this one is going to be an item. So you just simply also add this. So you add an item in the array by putting also these brackets like this. Okay, this is how you do it. And then you just go here and change this. So you can remove ID, we don't need it because it will be automatically generated. And then here it is a key and a value, just like this. So the key is name and the value is this. The same thing, key and value. Key and value. Just like this. And then finally here also key and value. Just like this. Okay, let's go to the next. Remove this. Okay. And I don't know if I select everything and I put it in these brackets, then I can remove this and this. Similarly, I'm just going to select this. Okay, and I'm just going to put it in the same brackets. Okay. Okay, so now I'm just going to convert this into key and a value by just using this. So this is how you have to convert your data to create actually an array that you can insert in. Then finally the color, and then here we don't need the ID, and then we just simply do this. Okay, I need to put a comma here. Okay, need to put a comma, and then I need to convert all these ones into this. Okay, I don't know what's going on right now. Okay, so this I think has to be inside also this. Does it has to be inside this? I think the keys, you need to also add them like this, because if you just look at this, it is going to be looking at it as a constant, and this is going to be used as a table column. It's not a must, it should be like your table column, because this is just like how you are defining your things. Or we added here, this is supposed to be this. I'm wondering why the image is still complaining. Let me try to save. Okay, so it seems everything is now okay. So I'm just going to enter this. So I have my arrays. I don't know if I can just like select and try to format the document or something. What do you even format this? Format selection or something. I don't know how to format this. So they say extension operator is configured as a formatter, but it can only format PHP files as a whole, not selection. Okay, so I don't know about that. There is other formatters. I don't want to get into formatting right now. I'm just going to leave it just like this. So the first thing, I have an array, and this is how it looks like. So the second thing I have to just do right now is simply just like create all these items in the DB, and I can just like do that using the for each method. Okay, so you can just come here and you can tap on for each, but how for each works here is you write for each, and then you have it like this. So inside here, I can define an array and a variable. So you can just say, for instance, dollar categories as dollar category, just like this, and now I have a category. So then I can just say, for instance, category. So I can call the category model, so you need to import it, and then I can just now say call the create method. So it has create method, and this create method can take in, for instance, a whole entire array, just like this, one item like this, as simple as that. So this is now the function. Now remember, everything must be written within this run function. You cannot define any other function outside. Now I think maybe it can be possible, but as I said, I'm also just learning Laravel the way you guys are learning it. But this is what just like, you have to wrap or put everything you need. So you can do the same thing for users, categories, products, images. Like you can do all your models, you can do this. Okay, so now after this, we have two things to run. Okay, so one, we have to push you need here, after you have done this, you need to migrate these models. Okay, you need to, what migrate means is that you need to send, because by now this table is not yet registered. Okay, if I just go my PHP, if I just go my pgadmin, I go to Postgress and I go to schemas and I look at the tables I have, you're going to see that I actually don't have, like, I only have the users. I only have the users. So that means that you need to actually migrate. Okay, you need to actually just go ahead and migrate. And migrate means you are registering this table in the DB. So let's just go ahead and register that table. Just going to run clear. I'm just going to say PHP artisan, okay, migrate. Now the good thing is also that the migrate command can also take in a seed, okay, but just like first run it alone. So I'm just going to go ahead and do migrate, and this runs a migration and adds or it registers now this table in our database. The next thing we need to do right now is to do seeding. So we can just say PHP artisan db seed. So this is how you call it, db seed. And when you just do this, it will automatically go ahead and run the function that is in database seeder. So just going to go ahead and run this, and you can see seeding database, and it is done. As simple as that. So that means that some data has been added in our table. So we can just go ahead and check this. First of all, I don't know how I can go ahead and right click, refresh. So you can right click on the tables and refresh them. So just go ahead and check one more time. So you will see that now we have actually the users table and the categories, and the categories table. So we have the users table and the categories table. So how do I see the data? Right click on the table, and you can of course create a new column, can create an index and others, but you can actually view view edit data. So you can view all the rows, and this is going to run this SQL command, public categories, and we have 3, as you can see here, plus the colors. Okay, nice. So data was seeded successfully, and we can see it. That is the first step, and this completes the model cycle. So you have seen the model, how it works, the model cycle, how to create the model with a migration file, how to see the data, and how to set some things in the model. The second thing that we need to work on now is going to be the categories. Okay, so I'm just going to simply just like duplicate 2 things. Sorry, not the categories, but the controllers. Now, the controllers. Okay, so controllers, their purpose, we saw it very here. It will get or give data from the model. So another thing, it will route data to the destination. So for instance, in our case, we created the data, it is seated in database, but we need that data on the home page. Okay, so there must be a controller responsible for getting data from the models and route it to this place. Okay, so that is how you have to understand the controller. Every time you want to have some data in a particular place, there must be a controller that is going to be responsible for transporting that data or routing it to that page. So every time you are routing data from a database and you are pushing it to a particular page, there must be a controller responsible for that. So going back here, I would say that the steps you need is 1, you need to create the controller using PHP artisan make controller. Okay, now you might just need one thing. You can put the name of the controller. Now when you find yourself in scenarios whereby you have different places and you want to define those places maybe for organization purposes. For instance, this side we have the front end, we have also the admin side. So the front or the shop side, you would want to put all the maybe controllers that are related to the shop, you want to put them alone. For instance, the home page controller. So this home controller is going to be responsible for getting data from the models and route it to the home page. But then you might just have some others, like for instance, the one for the products that's going to route on the products page, product detail page, and other places. And then you have the ones which are at admin. So just going to organize our models in 2 formats. So if you want to put models in, to show you an example of a controller, you just go back to the app, HTTP, and you see there is controllers. So if I click on controllers, you will see we have just a controller.php, but you see here, because they had many places to put their controllers. For instance, the one which is responsible for authentication, they created a folder called auth, and this is where they put all the controllers for auth. Okay, so they put them in the auth. This is just for organization purposes, and they put the controllers for settings in the setting. For instance, the password controller and the profile controller. So you will find it's also good that it doesn't matter. You can find you have one model which has so many controllers, because the controllers, their purpose is simply get data from the model and route it a specific view. So we are going to create ours in two places: the admin for the admin dashboard, and then the ones for the shop also in the shop. So you can create now here for our notes purposes controller, and you can specify the name of the folder by saying, for instance, shop, meaning like the shop, and then you put shop / the name of the controller. For instance, I can say the home controller. Home controller, just like this. So if you just go back here, you will see that most of these models are prefixed with the word controller. So you need to, it's not a must, I guess, but it's just a good naming convention to end with the word controller. And you can see how you name them. They're in just like this. This casing is Pascal casing, whereby you capitalize each and everything here. So this is how you create. The first thing is this. Okay. Then after doing the controller, you have created the controller, you need to go ahead and create some methods. So create some methods. These are just like functions, to be sincere, like functions that will maybe communicate, with models and views. Okay, so these are the ones you are going to be communicating. Then the third thing you have to do with the controllers, now since you have the methods, now create the route. Okay, in the web.php, this is where you can find all your routes, and this is this literally tells, or this one, the route is the one which connects the path, the view, and the controller responsible. So this route is responsible for connecting 3 dots: the method in the view, the path, and also the responsible view that's going to be in that. So just going to see this. So these are the two things you need to do actually. I just go ahead and do that. Now that we have some data in the database and we need to get data on this UI, and I'm just going to start with the categories here. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to go here. Let me close everything for now. And let me just go here and I say PHP artisan make controller. Okay, let me just hope I just change this to controller. Yes, make controller, and then the name of the controller is going to be, for instance, want to put in the shop, and then I'm just going to say, for instance, the category controller. So it's going to be inside the shop, but it's going to be a category controller. Okay, it's not a must you name it category. You can just name it any other name that you find close. Maybe you can just say call it for instance, I can just name this one, for instance, the home. For instance, to show you, we can call this home controller, just like this. Now there are some other keys you can pass on the controller, like for instance resourceful controllers and so others, but I'm just going to talk about resourceful controllers, but there is also making a resourceful controller. What a resourceful controller does actually, it creates for you by default some functions or methods by default. It does not add the logic, it simply requests just the naming. So we can just create those ones by ourselves. Okay, so you can see here that this created this thing. If I just come here in the controllers, you will see that inside the controllers, there is now a new folder called shop. And inside the shop, we have one controller called, for instance, the home controller. So the second thing, you create some methods that will communicate with the models. For instance, I can just create a method that says maybe get homepage data or whatever, how you want to do that. So depending on how your data is located, if you remember, the data is going to be coming direct. Okay, data is going to be coming direct and to the page. Okay, so for instance, we have our home page, which was actually home.tsx. So if you just go here, this is the place that is actually getting everything. You can see it gets the categories, the banners, and the product listing. So it means that this home controller is responsible for transporting 3 types of data from the home controller until this data reaches into this page. Okay, so we just need to make sure that this data reaches this page. So I'm just going to say, for instance, get maybe home data, or get, for instance, you can also get any name of the function you need to be related to this. Okay, for instance, I'm just going to say get home page data. Maybe, I don't know, I can just say define a function. So I just say, for instance, public function. Okay, and then I say, for instance, get home data. It doesn't matter the name you name this. Okay, I know guys who have been doing PHP, they are going to scream out that this is not a familiar function, but so long as you can understand that this one is a function, is going to be used to fetch data from here and transport this to send this data to somewhere. So this now here inside is where you can do the logic. So the logic is, for instance, want to get the categories. So I would just say categories is equal to, and then I use, like, for instance, the category model. Okay, then you need to import this, and then from here you can just like do whatever I want. You can run the select, you can run the where, you can run a lot of things. Okay, but I can just like say, for instance, I start with, there is this key called latest. So this one first gets all the stuff and order by it by created at. Then next you can like do pagination. So you can just do, for instance, paginate. But I'm just going to simply run, I think, the get, just like this. And just the get, we simply get everything, as simple as this. So after getting the categories, now I would want to route them somewhere. So I would just say use inertia. In this case, inertia, the one which is going to be used for routing. So I can just say inertia, and then I say render. So inertia is the one which tracks all the pages within the app. So that's why if you say render, and to ask you, where do you want to send this data actually? So you have to choose a page where you want to send this data. They literally bring all the pages in the app, and you have to choose which one. We are sending it to the home.tsx, as simple as this. And then we just say, this is how we send the data. We create an array, and within this array, we can define the keys we want to send. So for instance, I want to send categories. Remember the key and then the value. So I just say the value I'm sending is the dollar categories. Okay, as simple as this. Just like this. So I have sent the data there. This says you want to render homepage, and if you hover here, it actually shows you the home.tsx, and I'm sending there this data. Okay, now you may think like, okay, that is enough, I can just go and and get the data. You can actually just go ahead and receive the data in this component. Now you can receive it and say the categories. You get them as a prop to the page. So you say categories, okay, and then your categories are going to be defined by. So this is why you need to have your types. So if you remember in the shop categories, okay, we already have some type called category item, this one. Now at this point I need to export this, so I can say export interface category item. Now the data comes actually more than this, but let's going to take this. We're going to take ID, name, slug, image, and color. But just know it is going to come with also timestamps. So you can just add things like it comes with created at. You get it comes with things created at, but for now I'm just going to leave it like this for simplicity. Okay, so I export this interface here. You can just go, of course, take this one. It is a good practice that you can just go ahead and define this. I can call it from here, and I just go ahead and define this in my types here, and I create, for instance, there is products. You can just go ahead and create maybe categories. So we can just say categories.ts, and then I define this, and then I export it, and then I just go back to the shop, and then just go ahead and get this category item. Okay, maybe I'll just rename this to category or category item, I don't know, but just leave it category item. And then in the home you can just say that these categories, they look like, that is what it means, they look like category item, an array, just like this. So at this point I would just want simply console.log the categories. So at this point you may be excited and think that maybe they have already reached, so you can just go on the home page and we can right click and we go to this, but you can see actually it is telling you undefined. And the fact is there is one missing piece in the whole thing. We said there are 3 things needed. We created the controller, we created some methods that communicates between the models and the views. So we got data from the models, we send data to the view. But now, as we said, the create route, the route is the one that connects these all the 3 dots. It says when you visit the home page, then do ABC. It is the one which can actually just do that. So that's the one missing in the puzzle. So we need to go to the web.php, and then we define the missing part of the puzzle. And here, this is a public route, so I can just go ahead and say that when you visit the home page, this is what it means. Now we just now have to do something. So we now don't need to do this here, okay? We need now to do this using the model, because now we have a particular controller that is actually giving us data and is the one which is in the control right now. So last time we're just selecting our controllers here, because later this is a controller function. So now that we have a file where the controller is defined, we can go ahead and define this. So you can just do this, and then inside here I can put the name of the controller. For instance, I can say home controller. So as you are typing, this is going to suggest for you where it is. So you can see here they are suggesting a lot of things actually, like there is home controller, there is home at gate controller, there is shop at gate. So like we know very well that this is located in this. So if you click this, it does it like this. But I'm just going to simply just get the one with just the name. Okay, just click on this, and to just make sure it gets it from the shop, and then put just like this class. So this one means that this is a controller, and then here you specify the function or that you want to call. So here I just come here, and then I can define the method that I want to call in this controller, which was actually, so if I just go to this controller, the function is called get home data. So you can just come back here, and here you put this name of the method that you need to call, just like this. So now if I go back, because now when you go to the home route, the one that is responsible for things is this controller. So this is the piece of the puzzle that actually that connects everything now. So if I just go back to this, okay, it is I think we have some problem because so far there is nothing that is working. I can just go back to this. Just going to click on this function. Okay. Then I see what would be the problem. Do I actually just like, let me just go back here in this get home data. You need to make sure that this you actually return it. Okay, so our function does not have a return. This is a common mistake actually you may do. You need to return this. Let's just go ahead and see if this now maybe something works. Yes, so now something works, and it was just this return here. You need to return the something in this case. So you see that we have actually 3 categories. We have the color, created art, and description. In this case is null, and that's why we are able to create a null description, because it was not actually required. So I just went ahead and created without the description. So we have the ID, we have this, and this. So the next thing, now that we have all the data, you can see we have updated art and created art. So it's up to you. You can just go ahead and define this and add them in the you can just like add them in the types if you just simply need them for some reason. Okay, now if you ever wanted and you want maybe to select only the data you want, so you can just say that in this I don't want everything. So you could just actually create another version. You can just like maybe comment this, and then after this you can call the select method. So there is select method, and then you call latest. So in the select method, you can just hover here. You can just go ahead and specify the columns that you need. Okay, I'm not sure, you just like you can specify them like I need ID. Do I put them actually in the, if I hover here, they just simply say columns. Do I just simply bang them like this, ID, then comma, then I put another one? So let's just say put, for instance, name. So if I just like now go back, excuse me. So you can see now, if I just hover, we have only 2 things, the ID and the name. So for instance, you can just go ahead and specify only the columns that you need. So for instance, you may find you don't need all the data, or you don't want to, you want to have the types the way we define them, only the columns that you defined in the here, the name, Slug, ID, and color. So you can just come back here, sorry, in the controller, and then I can say put for me the Slug, and then I can just go ahead and just say put for me the image, and then also put for me the color, just like this. Okay, so I have my categories and I pass them in here. So if I go back, so syntax, okay, we just have the data, still 3 items, and now we have this ID, name, image, and Slug. And you find that maybe these are the only ones that you need. So the next thing is, let's try to display them actually in here. So simply, since we have them already reaching in this component, I can just go ahead and send them to where they're supposed to be. So I can just come here and I say categories. Okay, so at this point, of course, you can do the transformation. Just if there was a misname of columns and everything, you can rename them. But Here I'm just going to simply say categories is equal to categories. So I have them, I've sent them now to this component, I will receive them in this component. So I'll just come here and I just do categories and just name them to be this as category item array, just like this. And now we can just go ahead and use them. So if I hover here, you can see that we already have the categories. So I have to take one off. So just go to here where we have this. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this array now. I no longer just need it. Maybe for now you can just go ahead and comment it out. I don't know. You can just like simply comment it out. And simply, if the data was looking similar and it was the same, then you will not find any problems, as you can see here. Okay, so now we have the 3 categories that we created actually from the database, including their colors and everything. Okay, so if you hover here, you can just see we have these nice things, right? Okay, so this is good. Okay, so now since we have done this for the categories, so we just need now to go ahead and create the same thing for the products. Okay, we just have to go ahead and create for products so that we can just like be able to do for the products, and that's how we're just going to finish everything we are doing. So I'm just going to go back and I'll just go to, for instance, where we have the product listing. So I'll just like need to look at the product and then I understand what am I supposed to actually just like add in this. So if you look at this, we have 2 types of the product. We have this one, and at the same time we have the one for the detail. Okay, so there are some things which might be on the detail that are not on this one. Here we have the description and the discount percentage and original price, discount price, and all that. So let me just come here and I can just come to the pages we have where we have, for instance, product details. So this one has also another one. As you can see, it has the product, it has the ID, name, price, original price, it has ratings, it has review count, and then it has description, it has features, which is a string array, it has images, which is also a string array, and then it has the color. So here I think it is taking a string array, so I'll just go ahead and look at what I can. I don't want to make it really so big, so that means like some things we're just going to remove them. Okay, but let's just go ahead and do this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead, repeat the process. We have to create the model. So I'm just going to say PHP artisan make model, and then you put the name of the model, which is going to be product, and then we add -m to create a migration file. That's the first step. So this one creates 2 files where we can look at our model and we can also create the columns. So I'll just open this to go and look at the columns. So just go under I just go ahead and look for this inside somewhere inside the database here. So this created for us a table to update, so products table, and this is why you bring in your whatever you want to add into this. Okay, so maybe I'll just like want to change a little bit. We have this product listing things, and then we also have the other thing. For instance, we have the image, we have this the category and other things. So I'll just go here get this. I'm just going to use this here. I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to go back to why I'm just creating the table. I'm just going to paste it here so that I can just like remind me of the fields I need. So we need the ID name, so I can just come here and I say, for instance, that we need the name, so I'll just say $table, and I say the name is going to be a string, and then you put the name of the column, which is going to be name, and then this will just go with a slug. So I'll just define a slug, and then this is going to be with a slug, and then this needs to be unique, so you can just call the unique key. So moving on, we have, for instance, price. So depending on what you want, you can define price as an integer, or you can define it as a decimal, right? So it just depends on what you want. For now, for simplicity, I'm just going to say that this is going to be an integer, and then you just say this is going to be price, and then here is going to be what is going to be integer price. So here you can just give maybe a default price, so you can just say, for instance, by default this can be maybe a 0. Okay, then we can also add stock. I don't know if stock is needed anywhere. So we have price, we have this original price, so we can just like do price, and then we duplicate this and we say original price. Now normally the tables in MySQL, they are just like named in snake casing. So this would be original price, just like this, the name of the table, and maybe you can just say, so give it a default of 0. And then moving on, you need maybe a rating. Okay, so you can just also just go ahead and create a rating integer, and you say rating, and this is going to be a default maybe of 4. So now you know that a rating cannot be an integer, it has to be 4.5, sometimes like that. So now this is why you bring in like another one, for instance, decimal, and decimal takes in this, but it also takes in two things. It takes in the column total and the place values. So you can just say, for instance, that this it can't be like a rating of 100. So a total, you can say that they are going to be maybe a total of 2, and then the place values is also maybe 2 or 1. Okay, that means like it could be 4.5, not 4.50. It can be like 4.5, and you can do the same thing, by the way, for these prices. If the prices are going to be, for instance, decimals, you can change, for instance, this. You say that this is going to be a decimal, and the decimal is going to be a price, and you say, for instance, total of 10, and then 2 price holders. So this is how you can define a decimal. So since we are using decimal, I can just like change all these. So like I say 10 2. What means like it can have a value, like for instance this 0.00, like this. So this is the number, the total, how much it can hold, and this is the press values. Okay, so moving on, we can add in other things. So we have, for instance, the features description. There is review count. Do we need to put review count really? I don't know, but since it we have it here, you can just go ahead and add the review count. but let me just add description. You can just go here. Review count is going to be an integer, so for it I can just say integer, and this is going to be review count, and then I can just come here and I remove this default of maybe 50, and then the next is going to be text, and this is going to be description, and you can just say this one is nullable. Okay, so you can just say try nullable, just like this. Next is we have for instance we have the images now. Okay, features. Now pay attention to these which are in this format. Okay, we need to pay attention to things which are in this format. So if you're just going to have things which are going to be in a string array like this one, there are two ways you can play around this, because we know I can have a string and then I manipulate it to have an array, right? I can do that. But if you want to save an array straight in this, then you need to define this as a JSON. So you just come here and you say that this is going to be of type JSON, and this is going to be, for instance, features, and you can also say nullable, and then we have, for instance, the also images, which can also be nullable because we have the images, and then now we have the color. Okay, so you can also, it is a string array, but just going to manipulate, we're just going to manipulate this. Okay, I'm just going to manipulate this maybe on the front end. We're just going to make it just the same. So I can just come here and just say we have I think the colors. Are they color sizes? Okay, colors. Okay, and then finally we also have like sizes and in stock. So for instance, we're just going to have also the sizes, and then we have now a boolean. So there is a boolean which is going to be, for instance, is featured. So this one is going to help us to get the banner items. Products which will be is featured, they will be banner items, and we can give it a default of false. When you create, this will be false by default. And lastly, we have in stock. So what we can just do is maybe have a stock value or a stock number. Okay, or we just also control it, and we say just like in stock. Okay, here you can also just say in stock, and this you can just by default is make it true. Okay, so we have defined all the columns we need. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. The purpose was just to help me look at the columns. Okay, so we have a lot of columns, as you can see here. You can just make the product as big as you can. Now we have, for instance, the images. I also want to add like a single image, not a JSON, which is going to be a string, and then just going to put it as image. The reason why I'm putting this, I want us to also learn how to handle image uploads for single and for multiple uploads. Okay, so after you have done all these, the next thing for the models, you have to go ahead and find this in mass assignment. So I'm just going to go ahead and literally just copy all these keys just by pressing on Alt and double clicking on them to select them. Okay. Okay, just like this. So I've just selected all these, copy, Control C. I'll just go to the model, so which is just like here under models, product. I'll just start by defining the public, protected. So you have just like protected and dollar fee label. There's one thing we forgot, however. I'm just going to say here dollar fee label, and I'm just going to actually add all these things like this. I'm just going to go ahead and add just add a comma. I'm just going to do this. So there is a one thing that we forgot, which is a relationship. So categories and products have a relationship. So we have to actually define that relationship in the table. Let me just first finish here just for a second. Okay, so I can just say come down here. Just like this. Okay, so I'm just going to first go back for a second in this, and we have to define a after this ID. I'm just going to define one more field, which is going to be category ID, since this is going to be having a relationship. So I'm just going to say, for instance, foreign. So there is this one, foreign ID. So table, the type is foreign ID, and then you just simply say category ID. So you need to give it this category need to be the name of the other model you want. Let's say if it was post like a user ID, so this would be user ID, and this naming is a must, because when you name it like this, it will mean that this is a foreign key in the user model, which is ID in the user model. So that's like the user underscore ID. If you don't want this, there is also I think foreign ID for. There is another one, foreign ID for, and then you come here and define the model. Okay, so you can just say, for instance, foreign ID for, and I say category. So I have to import the category class just like this, I guess. So you have to do this. So there are two ways. You choose the one you want, the foreign ID for, and you specify, or you simply say foreign ID, and then you specify the key or the foreign ID. In this case is category underscore ID, just like this. Okay, so it's up to you to use whichever you want. So now after this, after we have defined the fields, so in this we defined all our fee label. We have defined all our fee label things here. What am I doing? Okay, I'm just going to leave them like this. I don't mind the formatting of this. So the next thing is we need to define, if you just go back to our models, define the model, define the filter master sign, define the casts. So what do we need to cast? So for instance, the name is okay, Slug is okay, price. So price, for instance, is a decimal. Now decimals are they are stored different. So you need to say dollar casts. It has to be named that. So this is also protected casts, and then you just give also the casts. And this this is how you define the casts. So for instance, I can just say in stock that this in stock like this is going to be a boolean. So you just say this is going to be I think this one also has to be this, that this has to be a boolean. I'm not sure that's supposed to be. So the same thing is featured is a boolean. So you can just say copy this and I say that is featured has to be treated as a boolean. What this means is that Laravel is going to do the auto data transformation for us. In the database, this is going to be stored as 0 and 1, but when we're accessing it, you are going to find it is already converted into true or false into PHP. So for instance, sizes, these ones which are these sizes was this, it has to be treated as an array, just like this. So just go ahead and define most of them, like original price, it was a decimal. So this, you said that this one has to be treated like a decimal with 2 placeholders. Did we say decimal? So you say decimal 2. This one is to mean 2 placeholders, a decimal with 2 placeholders. I'm just going to duplicate this since we have the price. So we have the actual price, and then we also have the rating. So what was the rating? If I'm to go back, so the rating. So you can see rating is also a decimal. So yes, going to say here rating, and this is a decimal with 1 placeholder, and then something else. Review count is an integer, so that one is okay, it will be fine. And then we have these other the features, the ones which are in a JSON format, they are supposed to be all treated as an array. Just go back to this product model. So we have sizes, and just duplicate this. So later we have features, then we have features, we have images, okay, sizes, images, then we have, I think, colors, and then sizes. So let's just say, I think one is missing. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Okay, 1 2 3 4. I think they are 4. So we need to cast. So this one is what you're trying to say is that it is stored as a JSON, but by the time I access it, I want to find it as an array. That's what you are trying to say. I want to find this as an array. That's what you want to say, or what you want to do. Okay, so after this, that's how you define the casts. Then define the relationships. Okay, so better here how you define the relationship is just like to have, for instance, a public function. For instance, now if you are in the product model, a product model belongs to a category. So you create a function called category. Okay, and this, you can just say that this will return this. So you access the model, and then you say belongs to. So this belongs to the category, just like this, and you can also annotate the types if you want. You can create like this, it has no problem, or you can just even say, for instance, belongs. Like you can annotate types, you know. In PHP you can put the types or you can leave them, it's up to you. So you can just come here and say think belongs, so you can say belongs to, it returns a belongs to. So you can annotate types like this for every function. By the way, you can annotate types. So you can see if I hover now on the category, you see that it returns a belongs to like this. And you do a similar relationship in the category. Now this one is going to help us if I'm in a product, I can easily access the category on the product. For instance, we can use with category, and this is going to be using this one. So you go to the category and also define the opposite relationship. We know that a category and a product, a category has many products. So you create a public function. You create a public function products, just like this, and you can just come here and this has return this, okay, has many. So this has many, so you can just like return has many, and you say product class. Okay, you can just go ahead and annotate this also. You say, for instance, it returns has many, just like this. Okay, so that's what you need to do. Next, you can see that we have defined the relationship, some reusable functions. Okay, so like for instance, scope functions. In this case, if you want to see what I'm saying, is if you just go, for instance, on a detailed page. I don't know if we have a detailed page. Okay, let me just go back and add a, like in the home listing. Where is product listing? So in the product listing, after getting these products, what are we doing? We have the product card. So there is the image. So I just want to go to where we have the view. So we have where we have the quick view. I can turn this into a link, and then I say href, and this should take us to the detailed page. So slash detail. So we created a route. So this is in the web.php right now, this detail. So we can just like route to just slash detail. So if I just come back, now these are links taking to the detailed page. So like for instance, we need a function to return similar products. It is not a must, but you can create a reusable function that can give us this. And I find this very interesting because you can learn how to use a scope function. So we can create a function in the product model, because this is going to be in the product while we're fetching, and you can say, for instance, public function, okay, public function, and you just say scope. So you set the word scope, and then you put the name of the function, for instance, similar, like this, and this want it to be a builder. So what this does is that we want to pass in a query. So I'm just going to pass in $query, and also I will pass in the product ID, like this. Now, to those who know how we find similar products, if you want to dive into how we get similar products, is you need to have a product ID for this product you are seeing right now. So like the current product you are seeing right now, this one. Then after, you need also to have the category of this. So because what we are showing here, these are similar by category ID. So you are returning products who has the same category ID like this one, except this very one. You don't want to have similar items and this very item is getting here. So you would fetch something like get all items with this category ID. But then you have to do also a query, but the product ID should not be the same like this one. So you could just say, first, you could first get the product. So you can get a product using, you can get a product using this. So you can say static. I can use static or serif. And from this, you can run, I think, a where. Here we can just like run a function like product static, and we can run, how do we get a product? You can just say static, and you can say find fast or fail. There is a function fast or fail, I guess, and then this takes in a column, and we could just say it takes in how would this fast or fail, and then I pass in the product ID. I'm not sure about this. And then I would want to return a builder, so I'm just going to say return. So you're just going to build. What this means is that we are returning the query, so like $$ query, and on this query we can do a lot of things. So if, for instance, you had a product and you want to get similar ID, what would you how would we run this? I'm just going to so it would be so we first get the product. So this product is going to help us get, for instance, the it's going to help us get the category ID of this product. So you can just say query, and then on the query we run a where. So you can just say run a where. Is it like supposed to be double, or like why am I just like, I have this written somewhere. I think I have somewhere I wrote this. So there is in one of the blogs, in this one, there is where I wrote this function, the scope. I knew I'm going to forget, so I had to write it somewhere. So return query, and then we actually use this here. So just say where. So where, so what you want is, you are going to say where category ID. So you want to get a product. You want to return all products where category ID is same as this product, the product we have right now, and then we access the category ID on it. So we access the category ID. So that is the first thing. I'm just going to first do this. So we need to change another where, because as we said, if you do this, if you get all products where the category ID is equal to this product category ID, even this actual product is included. Okay, so you have to do another one. So chain another where. So I can chain this down here. I can say where. Now this time, once say where product ID, just going to say where ID is not equal. So you can also just like write something like this: not equal is not equal to this ID, product.id, this product ID. I think we already have it. Is not equal to the product ID, just like this. So this is just the query that is going to help us return like similar products. We'll see how we're going to use this. And if you understand how this works, you might apply it in so many places. This one helps you to do what we call a query builder. Like whatever you're saying, you are passing a lot of wheres. Whether you are find in your queries, you are passing in a lot of where, then it just tells you you're supposed to create like a scope function. We're just going to see how we'll use this one. Then going back here, we have defined the scope. Now database seeding. We're not going to do seeding for this. I'm just going to go right away and see how we are just going to create something. So now at this point, we suppose create a seed. Sorry, not seed, but migrate this. So I'm just going to go ahead and run a migration. So PHP artisan migrate. So this is going to go ahead and push this in the in our database. So now it is registered in the database. So let's start with at least looking at the CRUD functionalities. Now we need to create another of course controller. We're just going to go create at least one category, then after we create one product, then from there we do some other CRUD functionalities. So now here we're just going to involve in some other controllers. So for instance, the creation of a category is at this side of the login. Okay, so you just go back to the dashboard. It is supposed to be this side, right? So I can just go here and I go to the categories. So I'm supposed to first have this data table. I'm just going to transform this data table, and maybe I take it the other side here on categories, so that we can have it also listing, having some of these things with also this form here like this. Okay, let me just go and do that. So I'm just going to start by creating the page I need. So if I just go back to pages, we have the dashboard where we have the product data table. I'm just going to duplicate this and I will just rename it to categories data table. Categories data table like this. And I can also just go ahead and rename this the name of this. I'm just going to say categories. Okay, categories. Okay, so you can just get this categories data table, and let's go to where we have the pages, dashboard, categories, index. So it's supposed to be actually in here. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this in here, categories data table, like so. And now if I just go back to let's just go back to the categories, you see it has this. Let's just try to modify this. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the categories, and I will just rename a few things in here. So we have this, which is going to be a card, and it has a header. So change this into categories, for instance. And then let's change this to be a subtitle. So I'm just going to say manage your shop categories. And then I'm just going to leave other things the way they are. We're just going to start from there. Of course, we have some unused things like this format. We don't need it here really. And that goes with this. Okay, now moving on. So I have now these categories and manage. So I would just only care about the form. Okay, like I first create my form. Now when it comes to the form, it is just like you just simply copy a few things from what they have. Okay, so for instance, I can just go to the register page and I just copy a few things from here. So this is the structure. You have, they're using use form, and this use form comes from inertia. Okay, instead of React hook form, they're using it. It's just the same hook. It works the same. You can see you pass in your types of the create, the name, email, password, and password confirmation. And then from here, you can just say go ahead and submit your data using this post route, and you can simply just post whatever you want. Now, you may just post it just like this. If you don't have any data, you need you're not just changing anything, like you're sending the way it is here. But we're just going to be having some data manipulation for our case, so you might just need to change something into this. Okay, so having said that, the only thing you just need to know is you need to define the state using this. Okay, so we can just start by going to the categories types, and we create the create stuff. So you can just come and I say here, and I say create category detail. I can just say maybe here create category item, maybe create category item. We will not need an ID. We need only these 4 things. Now this one, it will cease to become an image, because on the create, leave alone on the fetch, because they are different. The fetch, you fetch an image as a string, but when you are creating, we are not just using upload thing that we are going to first convert it into a string. Here we are actually sending an actual image as a file, so you have to come here and add this as a file like this, and this is known in TypeScript. That's why you see this is not complaining, like type file is known. Okay, I provide information about the files and allow JavaScript in web page to access their content. So just simply say that this is going to be a file, and then the color. So we have literally 4 things we need in our form. So I need just to go ahead and create a form with this. So you can just say come in the, for instance, in the register, and we copy maybe some few things. Okay, so one thing is to not just going to create a hook using this, and then on submit this. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to our data table, which is categories data table. This is where we need to handle our form. So already we have this, we have here, this is not going to work. I'm just going to go ahead and delete all these things. I'm just going to start with this handle add product. Just go ahead and remove it, and let's use this use form from inertia. Don't get use form from React hook form, get the one from inertia.js, and you can just access these things. You access data, set data, post, processing, errors, reset, and so many others. So here we're just going to say create category item. There, this is the one we want, and we can initialize some things. So for instance, I'm just going to go back here, and I say that the image can be file or null, just like this. So I'm just going to go back here and I initialize. So I'm just going to go back and say we have a name, and so this is the initial data. We have a slug, and then we have color, and then we have the image. So the image is going to be defined as null. So I'm just going to come here and say null, since we said it can be file or null. Then we just come here on submit. You can import this form from React, and then you have this. Okay, we might just not use post route because we need to access the data. So the data is actually this key. So you can just come here and you say, for instance, console.log data, and then let me just first comment this. That's the only thing you need, and then you need to wrap this in a form. So I'm just going to go wherever we have the inputs, leave this button, remove this on click. So we don't know, we're not going to use the on click. We just need to wrap this into a form. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this whole entire thing in a form. I don't know where this starts from, but I'm just going to scroll up until where I see this starts from. So I'm just going to go to where I have the dialog content and everything in it. I'm just going to wrap it in a form, and the reason is that the button also needs to be inside the form. So just cut everything and let's wrap it in a form, just like this. And then on the form, you can just say on submit is going to be submit. So you call the submit function. Then inside here is where we're going to put our form inputs. So going up here, I'm just going to go back, add new category. Okay, add new category, and here just going to fill in the data to add new category. And then I'm just going to have the category name. So here is going to be category name, and then you can have an ID. Now here on the value, okay, this is not how you do the value. So if you just go back to the register form, I'm just like referring to this, and you go to any of this one, you'll see that the value is data dot that, because it is on the data, right? And then on change, it gets set data and takes in the name and the value. So going back here, we just need to change this. So this is going to be data dot name, and E is going to, instead of setting this, okay, is going to be set data. And instead data, you take in two things. It takes in the key, for instance name, and then the value of this. So you just say it's going to be E dot target dot value, just like that. Okay, so that one populates, and then we just do the same thing. So we have the name, and then we have the Slug is going to be auto-generated, so we can have the Slug. And the thing is, if you want, you can generate the Slug at the back end or Slug at the front end. It's just going to be it's up to you. But you're just going to generate it at the back end, just to show you how you can do that at the back end. So we're just going to come here and we say we need a color. So I'm just going to say here, this is going to be category color. Now, the category color actually, so I'm just going to come here and I say category color. And this is going to be like, for instance, category tailwind color, because tailwind color class, I guess, just to remember. E.g., I can even import like e.g., for instance, what we need is BG. Let's just say, can we just like get one of these colors somewhere? Like I think BG slate like 100, just like this. So this is going to be input. The same thing here. I'm just going to say data, for the value dot color, and then E is going to be E, and then it's going to say set data. And the set data does not take in an object. It takes in two things. It takes in, the first one is what you are changing, which is going to be the color, and then the value, which is going to be E dot target dot value. And then the type of input here, I think I'm supposed to pass in the type. I think by default to be text, so you don't need to pass in. So lastly, we need the image. Okay, I'm just going to remove everything, because at this point we need the image. I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these. Okay, we're just going to need the image. Also remove this. Okay, we're just going to need the image in here. So right now, so far, I'm just going to say add category, add category. Okay. If I just come back here, now if there's some errors, normally it doesn't show, but we can just like start checking what would be the errors. For instance, because we have also these the data. Remember, we have this one also named as data. We can just like name these maybe categories. We can just name these categories, and then we can now specify that. So we don't need this anymore. And then you can just come here and say data is the categories, just like this. And we have one more error, which is on this. That one is not a big problem. So now if you click this, we have two inputs, like category name plus the category class, like this. Okay, with also this cross like that. Now I'm just going to, so you can also cross with a console like that. Okay, so what I just need is to add one thing that's going to be for inputting the image. So if you just go back to the simple UI, I have that one covered for you. So just simply go to the simple UI and just scroll down to where we have application here, and you're going to see image uploads. So I have one UI with these two components. You can use whichever you want. So you can just like test out and see how this works. So you can just like have something like this, and it has also even the remove. Okay, so this is up to you. Like you can choose whichever of the two components you want most. I'm just going to go here and code, and I just like only copy one. I'm just going to use the compact one. Since it's going to be a pop-up, I'm just going to copy this compact file input is the one I'm just going to use. So I'm just going to go and create or get this component. Now I would actually just get, I think, everything for now, and just go and just create. I'm just going to go in this here, and I will just create something like form inputs, just in the future if I start from form inputs, and then I can just say, for instance, image upload input dot tsx. Then I add this. Okay, so in this we have this upload one, which is just like using a demo for how to use these ones, and branches are exported as the default like this. But I'm just going to export all these other ones also. So we have drop zone and this compact. So I can also export them, not as default, but I can just simply export them just like this. Okay, or I can just export only the one I want, but I'm just going to get this. So I'm just going to say export this, and how you use it is just come here wherever I just want to put it, and I'm just going to copy like this, and let's just go to our data table. So where we have our inputs, we already have these labels. I'm just going to come here. We already have these labels up to here. So I will just minimize and also minimize. So if you look at this, it is having grid cores too. That's why everything is placed in two grids. But I'm just going to do this. I will first paste this here and then import this compact. And now I just want it to be this one, to be the one which is in the grid. So I'm just going to say grid cores 2, and it's supposed to be like MD, I guess, like this, grid cores 2, like that. And then here I'm just going to remove this. You can also add a gap here, gap of 6. Okay, so let's now look at what the compact wants. So this one is going to be upload category image, upload category image. Now we can add, of course, a description. I remember, did we actually include a description? I don't think so. Then here we have multiple image set files. Okay, so we have to get these set files. So if you just go back to this here, you will find that in this, I can just go ahead and actually like completely comment this out, but this is to show you that you need to manage this like this. So I'm just going to go back to this, and I'm just going to say here that I'm just going to put this here, files. So you can just call these ones as, for instance, images set images use state. You can import the use state, and this is the file. So you remember, we need only one image, but this is just like an array. Just like I put that one because of, by default, it supports smart image. That's why I put that. So I'm just going to say here set. So this one was, let me see, it was set file. So I'm just going to say set images, just like this. So you can see now we are good. So if you just go back to the form, let's just take a look at it right now. Click on this. So we have something like this. Okay, we have something like this. Of course, you can clean up this the way you want. You can just like make it more nice or whatever. What I just want right now is just to show you that we can do some things. Now you can also add the description. I don't know if this is in the if you just go back to create categories table, you would see that we have actually a description. And if you check in our category model, you see that this, we also have it in here. So if I change in our categories types, you can just like simply add also this in the create. So I'm just going to come here, add description, and you can just like also make this one like not required or nullable. It doesn't matter. So I'm just going to go back so that I can add the text area. So I don't have the text area, I think. I'm just going to go to shard, and on shard I'm just going to search for text area, and you can just get the installation first. Just here I'm just going to install this, and let's just go ahead and get also like with a label like this. Go to code and just simply, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this div and just bring it to, I'm just going to go ahead and bring this to our database categories data table, and let's go ahead and add it somewhere. So before the image upload, I'm just going to go ahead and add this. Okay, so import the text area. So similarly, you need to go ahead and say value, which comes from data dot description, and then you just have on change. So here on was it on change or on value change? Let me just see on others what we did. So it is on change, so you can say here it has also on change, and then you have e, and this is going to set data, and then a taken description, and then we set, sorry, we just use e dot target dot value. Okay, so you can just like simply go to wherever this data is, and we can just like add in the description just like this by default. Okay, so this is good. Now for the thing what we said we're going to manipulate here, all the data is actually here except the image. So we can say data dot image is going to be equal to, so just go and say get like this images. So just get the images at 0. So we just like only want 1. So now we can just go ahead and console.log the data. So just go and check here, go back. So we have it like this. I'm just going to go and open this. I'm just going to go to the console, add the category name, let's say electronics. Let's say this, I'm just going to say BG tier, maybe 200, and then the description, let's change this category description where we have like your message here. This is going to be category description. So we might also want to capture the errors. So if you just go back also to register, you may just see that down there is this input error, and if you just go and look at where this input is coming from, the input error also comes from CRUD. So we can just say go back to this, and below we can add the input error. First import the input error, and then you say errors dot, so you can use the errors dot description, for instance, and then we have this is category tailwind, so you can also add below this, you add errors dot color, and then the below this you add dot name dot color description. The image, it has no this one is anyways, it is optional. So that means if we just like try to create here, I don't know how we're supposed to get oh, it has some things already in, and just like if I just remove everything I try to create, then supposed to give us like some errors. I don't know. Anyways, let me first handle the create. So I'm just going to put in any dummy data here with the image. Just add one image like this, and let's go ahead and click on add, and this one gives us like this. It gives us the color, description, and the image, which is a file actually, the name, and the Slug. So the Slug goes when it is empty, it is going to be populated at the backend, right? Nice. So quickly, I want to send this data to the backend. So since we have this one, we have to modify. You can also use router, and you get router from inertia, and on this you do dot post, and then you can pass in two things: the URL which is a string, and then also data. And then so you have data, which is request payload, and then the options, which is you can just go and see these options. But what it means is that we can pass in the path where we want to send this, okay, and then after that we can pass in the data, and then after that we can pass in options, and the options is where you can specify the on finish, like these functions, like on finish. And on finish we can do this, call the reset. So I'm just going to come here and return, and I'm just going to call the, you can call the reset function, and we are not resetting these. You can pass in the fields you want to reset. For instance, you can say name, you can say name, and then like description, and then you can also say color, or you can just even just say simply say reset. I think if you just like say reset, this should just like reset everything, I believe. Okay, then after this we want to do, of course, like a toast dot success, and then you can just say category created successfully, like this. Okay, so we can just like have something like this. Now this is where the magic is. This is where you specify the route, and then on this route, this is what you're supposed to do. So you can see post, and then say you can also put the so here you can put a path, or you can put a route, so whatever you want to use. So if you just go back to the web, we need to create something or a method that's going to handle that. So you can just go, for instance, to category. We just need to have the controller. Let's see, how many controllers do we have? So we need to create some controllers. So far we have one home controller. So I just need like one for the admin. So I'm just going to create the admin category controller. So I'm just going to say PHP artisan make controller, which is going to be the admin. So I want to fix it with admin, and then I say category controller, just like this. And now in this you can see it will be going to be created under admin. Inside here I'm just going to define a function, for instance store. So you can say public function, okay, public function, for instance maybe save category, save, so you can just like save category like this. And then you can first of all receive the request, so everything comes on the request. So in this you need to actually receive a request, I believe. Yes, I get a request, and you can just also give it like a type. I say like is of type, I think, like request, like this. And then you can do the everything is on the request, okay, everything is on the request. So you can just say, for instance, that you want first get things and you validate them. So if you just say dollar for instance dollar request, and you on the request you can call the validate function, and then inside the validate you specify the validation rules. So here you can say we have, for instance, the key here was, for instance, this, we have the name, and you can say that this needs to be for instance, needs to be what? For instance, so you can define the rules here. For instance, required. So you can say that this is required. If you want to pass another one, and you say, for instance, max, and then you can just say like max. Sorry, you can just say it is required. And you say like it is a maximum of 255. So you can just say like 255. I think like this. Okay. You can define as many things as you can. Then you put comma, and let's put another one. For instance, image. It has to be maybe, for instance, it has to be image, and then you can just say it is also nullable, and then you can also max of 255. No, I think it's like 2048. You can just say calculate. If you just like 1 MB is equal to 1024 something. Yeah, I think 1 MB is equal to 1024. So if you want a maximum of 2 MBs, is going to be like 2048. So that's why I'm putting that. I'm just going to do this here. So you can validate like this. We have name, image. So we have also like description, which is going to be, description is not required. It is also nullable. We can also say nullable here, and then we can remove this max thing here. But you can also say it is a string. So here you can say string, and then even this, you can specify that this needs to be a string. This one is going to be a file. That's why we put an image. So we have also the color. So for the color, I just say he come here color string, and this we can say it is required. Okay. So I just say it is required. And so after doing this, is going to do the validations. I'm just going to first say, let's say return. We can just like check one thing in the, like in one of these controllers, like the register controller. Like after you can see that they have the store method, it does the same thing, validates. So you can just get some of the validations from this side. Email. So like for instance, if you want to say unique, you can see email unique in this user, then the password, and so many other things. Then after you can of course create. So you can see that you have to return where you want to go. So you can just say, for instance, to route. So you can say return to route, and this is going to return why you want to go when things are successful. So if I just go back to my admin controller and I just want to say return route to, and if I just want to say, for instance, I want to go to dashboard, categories, I think. And so here what I just want to do is, I think with this I want to var dump. So you can just say dd, and I can say dollar request, and on the request I can access all the things we have sent. Okay, I'm just going to do this. This one is not there, so categories, index, I think. Yeah, no. We have, this has to be a route. Let's look at the pages, how we want, how there we have pages, we have dashboard, dashboard categories, index. I think just this has to be a route, okay, because as you can see it is checking for the route, so you need to create a route. Let me just check one thing in the web.php. So we have these, of course we had these, now that one for dashboard, one for the dashboard categories, and we gave it just a route name of that. So I'm just going to give this one dashboard.categories, dashboard dot, okay, dashboard.categories. What is this? The spelling of the word dashboard. So dashboard.categories is the name of the route. So I can just go back to the controller, and then I just put the name of the route. I don't know. Yeah, so this one is there. Okay, so what I just want to prove that the data is reaching here. So since we created these save categories, we need to refer to this. So going back to the web.php, so in here where we have this, okay, I'm just going to create a route, okay. So for instance, this one is going to be index, because .categories.index, and then this is going to be a post, still on the same route, categories, but then instead of this, okay, instead of this function here, we're just going to define our category controller, and then class, and then I'm just going to call a method called save category. So you can just go you can just go and look at this function in this. Then this one I'm just going to create like this dashboard categories dot save. So this is the name of the route dot save, just like this. And then now I should just now route to this. When I just go to dashboard categories and it is a post, is going to call this function save category. Let's just like make sure it is the one. Just go back to this one, and I'm just going to, this one is going to be now dot index. So this one is save category. Okay, so just go and try to send the data in that. So in this, where we are saving this, we can either use a route or you can use a path. So for instance, dashboard categories, okay, dashboard categories, and this is a post, and then we send the data and whatever is going to happen when on finish. Now what I don't know is, does this mean the validation now works? Okay, so you can see we sent nothing. Let me just add something, fake field, and then browse, add some item, just like this. I want to click on this. Okay, so you can see that we actually received the data. Okay, name, Slug, this, right? So even the image, you can see the image here with all the details that we need. So that means like this thing is actually working. So now we need to go ahead and save this. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's start with two things we need to work on. The first one, we need to work on the Slug. So let's create a slug and say dollar slug, and the slug is going to equal to const, sorry, not const, is going to be equal to, so we can generate it using this package called str, and this str I'm just going to show you. So the str, let me just first just add it like here, and then you call str, and then what do you call on it? You are supposed to pass in do you pass in I've forgotten. Let me just cross check, guys. So in the documentation, I'm just going to scroll to where I have the category. I'm just going to look at the category model, and I want to simply look, not the model, but the controller, I think. I don't know why I can't find the controller. This is the middleware. I just want to look at the so how I'm just going to handle this slug. So it is str slug, so it is str, then you say slug. So this is in a built-in Laravel, and then here you pass in where you want to get this. So you can just get it from the request and then the name, just like this. So this should just create slug. Now for this one, you need to import it. Now what I normally do is click in it, right click, and just say import class somewhere, import class, and then it will ask you what do you want to import this from. This comes from Illuminate support, like that. So I have this. Okay, so I have created the slug. So you can also like check this slug if you want to confirm that this was done. So you can just either save this, and then after you add in a slug, or you can just now come create an array. So you can just say create a new array of saying the new category. So for instance, I can say new category, category is equal to, so yes, I create this. Now if you just remember just only one thing, and the thing you need to remember is how we did in the database seeder. So if you just remember how we did, we simply had just like an item like this. So you simply just need to create something like this. Basically, that's it. Okay, so just go here in this. I'm trying to create something like this. So you put the name, and the name is going to come from the request name. Okay, and then the slug, now we just have the slug, so dollar slug, and then now we have the image. So we need to work on the image, but you can just like say here for the color, let's say just dollar color, dollar request, and then from the request we get the color, just like this. So now I can dd instead, let me just like dd the new category, just like this. And now if I just go back and try to upload something, fake data here, fake filler, browse image, create like this. Okay, so you can see that the name and the slug was actually generated, and then you have the image and then the color. So we have the data. Let's work on the image. Okay, so just come here. Similarly the way we did this, I'm just going to work on the image. So the image, you need to first write an if statement, and if the request has the image, so if request if I think it's a request image has, there is something here, if request image if request image, let me first do this. So we need to do the to check if the image actually it has some file. So if request, I'm just going to go back here, see this query, if request has file image, yeah. So if request has here, if request has file, that is the thing you want to change, and then you pass in the key to the image. So this one checks if it has, okay, otherwise it will just leave it as null. So if it has, so you can just come here and I say, for instance, like let image equal, like maybe you can actually just like set it as an empty string or null, whatever. Then inside here I can just now say $image is equal to what. So we need to store this in the storage. So we can just say image is equal to, I'm not going to use storage disk, I'm just going to use a simple one, which is same as you can just like go here and I see, so you get request file, so this one accesses the file like this, and then you use the store, so you can store, so you can just say get the request and then file, because now it has a file called image, and now we call the store method. Okay, you can call the store method, and the store method we take in the place you want to store it. So this was later in the public folder, right? So you can just see text in here. I'm just going to take in I think public categories. Just see this here, request file, store categories, public. Okay, so this adds vice versa, categories like this. So it will just like add this image inside the storage disk in the storage public folder. It will create a folder called categories. So we need to get this, and now we get the image. Now I can just come here instead, I just say this should be the image, so $image, just like this. So now if I just come and I try to upload another time, just fake fill and just add this. Okay, I'm just going to click create. So this should give us, so you can look at this, it generates a unique ID with the name, so categories, then the unique ID. So this is just how all our images are going to be looking like. So we have all the data right now. So the next thing is to go ahead and save this. So now call the category, so you can just call the category model like this, similarly the way we did, just create, and then you put in $new category, just like this. Okay, you can just do something like this. Of course, you need to make sure that you import the category model, otherwise you will have issues. So if you want, for instance, to get this and pass it back here, you can also do that. So you can save this in something and then you pass it back here. Okay, what I also found out that this, you can wrap the entire thing into a try catch. that one is also possible. You can use a try catch in here to capture the errors, and you can also do logs. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead, and now we should have it created actually. So I just want something that is nice. So what I just going to do is, let me duplicate, go to free pick, for instance, free pick. Let me just get this, like for instance, electronics. So just want to create like electronics. So since it's just like a category, we just simply need just one image that represents like electronics. Okay, so we have these bits. I don't know, all the images that are generated by AI, they are not free. Like, I think free pick is no longer free. That's very funny. How free pick, they are no longer giving free pictures. Okay, so I'm just going to use this for purposes of, I don't want anything just big or fancy, just save. I'm just going to say take a electronics. So just go ahead and create this electronics category. Okay, just do this. Just say electronics. So just say electronics. And this is going to be, by the way, just go ahead and see some of these colors from shop categories. This one, see just like in this dummy data, we had things like color BG amber 50, this was BG gray, BG sky 50. So like there are most of them just like BG blue 50. So I'm just going to use like BG blue 50. So I'm just going to say here BG blue. I just use tier. I like tier. BG and then 50, like this. Category, I'm just going to say that this holds or electronics. Upload the image that we simply go right now, and let's go ahead and click on add. So this category create, I don't know, we don't need to do now that thing of category model, not category model, they here. So this actually would have just like did dollar cut, and just going to say dollar cut, and then here you can just say actually do like the created cut. So let me hope like this didn't stop. We can just also duplicate, go to the home page. Remember, the home page is the one which fetches things. Yeah, so we have the electronics. That's nice. So we have the electronics. The image is not working. So how can we make this image actually work? Okay, so I think we can just like run, we have to link, we can check for this image actually first. So if you just go back to here, we have storage app and we have public. Now you can see in the public we have categories, and then we have these images that we have been putting, including this image here. So we need just like to go ahead and get the actual location of this image. So the first thing is there is PHP artisan storage link, I think. So you have to first link the public folder. So there is this storage in the public plus this public. So you need to link the two. So like this public links to this public, so that we can do something like I think it is PHP artisan storage link. Yeah, so you can see that the link has been connected, and if you just look at what has been connected actually from here, let's see, they say that this YouTube Laravel e-commerce public storage has been connected to the Laravel YouTube e-commerce storage app public. So like you are connecting the two publics, the one in the storage and the one that is outside. So does that mean that our image is now going to work? So refresh without configuring anything. No. Okay, so does it mean that we have to do something in, for instance, shop categories? So going back to where the image is, so if you look at how we are doing the product card, does it has a card anyways? Let's just do see. Wow, we have this. Just going to first do this. Okay, I'm just going to go to where we have there is visible categories, and is it this one or there are some other categories? I just want to look at where we have the image. So this is where the image is. So since we know that this is the path of these images is coming from the storage, so I could just like make an if statement for this. You could just like do this if statement while we have like the map. No, that's why like I normally like doing this. Like I just like doing, sorry, I like doing this. Cut this, and then let's return it. So just say return, and then return this. The good thing with this now, we can do some variables within here. So for instance, if I want to say const, like image path, like image path is equal to, let's say if we just like try to say like slash, because we just like if it is in the public we say like slash, and then I just say like slash, and then I put category, sorry, it has to be category dot image, like this image path, and then I just come here and I use the image path. I'm just like trying to mean if I have the image there, like would this work? So they all disappear actually, but I expected this one to work after the storage link. Let me just go to the docs. I'm just going to say storage link, once a file has been stored and the symbolic link has been public, PHP adds an storage link, we did this. Now echo asset. Oh, so you have to put, I think, this asset. Okay, you can also add a link, so you can just like put this storage if I just say asset and then like storage file. Okay, so if I wrap the asset here on this, I say it's going to be this, and I say asset. Okay, just say first of all return back this. So within these ones, I'm just going to say asset. Then inside I wrap this. Just trying my luck, guys. Okay, reasons I don't mind, I just like only mind about this one. Okay, so how to use storage link in Laravel. So they can just again how to link up storage files, Laracast. What does storage link do? All these ones are from Laracast, I think. So you can see someone here. Have to run at the terminal at on storage link, but I still get the error. Does not exist. This is my control where I thought I have linked up download, and then you can so I'm just going to ask AI, okay, and see if we can just get the solution. Okay, so I'm just going to start going to our I'm just going to go ahead and look for our category controller. So if I have the, I'm just going to say let me just go to cloud. Just say if I have image uploaded like this in my Laravel app, okay, on the, so I just say after I ran upload storage PHP artisan storage link. So I'm just going to say, how do I access these images and render them on the front end in the front end, like for example. So you access it like this. Oh, so you just say in your blade, in view, and in React, you can also just simply include the keyword storage. So in our path, I'm just going to go back to the shop categories where we have actually the path, which is here. I just simply need to simply put the word storage. Okay, and then category dot image, simple as that, slash storage, then slash this. Okay, so you have to specify the storage keyword. Let's go back. Yeah, so there we are. So the image is there, but this one is not there. So if you want to handle, of course, in normal applications, this would be the whole same thing, right? There would be the whole same thing. But since we can do an if statement, okay, if the path, so you can just go ahead and show you the path, how they look like. One path has HTTP, others don't have. So if I just come here and I say category dot image, just like this. So you can see that others just simply have like slash slash categories, others have like HTTP like that. So for instance, I could just say if the path contains the word maybe categories, let me just see one by one. We can just like look at this that I think we consoled it somewhere. In the console would give us maybe a nice thing here. So if you look at this one, it starts with the categories slash, okay, and then for these other ones maybe the link starts with just HTTP. So you can just like say if it starts with maybe category slash, then we just use the other one. So I'm just going to go and do that. So let's create an if statement here where we have this if. So you can just say if category dot image, okay, dot starts with. So there starts with, and you can just like specify category slash, okay. So if it starts with category slash and this is true, so if this is true, then we do this, okay. The image path is this, else we do category dot image like so. So now like this should just show both of them. Okay, so the solution easy solution like that. Okay, so I'm just going to go. So we now have the create working. So we need to fetch these ones onto this here. So let's go ahead and fetch these categories. So I'm just going to go back to where we have our controller, admin controller. So I'm just going to go ahead and also have another function. So I'm just going to go ahead and have another function after this. So I'm just going to go ahead and say public function, and you can just say now for instance you can just say maybe list categories, okay, just like this, and then we just simply get the categories, and it's going to be category. So just import this, okay, and this we can just get latest, and then we call the get. So just need to get everything just like this, and then we can just say return. So here I'm just going to say if you forget to return, things won't work. So you say inertia return inertia render, and then I can just like put in any path I want to send this, which is going to be dashboard categories index like this. And what am I sending? I'm sending the categories, and I'm sending these dollar category. So you can just like save, since we saved this as dollar categories, just like this. Sorry, just need to cross this here up. So now we just need to configure web. So just go in the web.php. So where we have these dashboard categories, so instead of just doing this, okay, instead of doing this, now we do category controller, and then class, and we're just going to call list. Did we call it like listing categories? Let me see. List categories. So just go to web. This has to be list categories, and then this is the name. You can just call it like categories.list any you want. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to this page. Sorry, I'm just going to go to this page, which is where we have that. So it is under pages, and then inside dashboard, categories index. So this is where we are pointing the data, and we receive our categories here, just like that. Categories, okay. Categories is of type. So this is why you just say maybe category item. Now I'm just going to say category item, and then I'm just going to say an array. Now in this category item, we didn't put one thing, and that was the description. Okay, so now I just want to maybe, yeah, anyways, so I'm just going to go ahead and now go back. So we have the categories. The first thing I always do is console log categories to be sure that the data is actually reaching in this. So the data is here, and then let's pass it down. So I have the data. I'm just going to pass it down in the category data. So just say here, categories is equal to categories. Or you can just say actually passing it as data, but since we're using it as categories, I'm just going to pass it in here. So if I reach here and I say categories, and then receive it as categories, and this is of category item, just like this. Now we already have the categories already specified here, and the types that goes into the columns. So let's go to the columns and see here. So now these ones, you can actually comment them out. And now we have the image. Now the image, we need to define a few things. This is where also you can do return. So this, okay, you can also do this, and then inside you do a return of the of this, and then you can define some things. For instance, const I want to define the image path the way we did. So like image path is going to equal to, so let me first comment this. Let me go to the shop categories and get this, the image path, and just go back to this here. So image path is going to be, so to get this, you have to get it from raw. So you access the raw dot original, then dot. So from here you can access dot image, and then if it starts with this, then you do this. So you just do you come and do this. Else you do this. So now we just use this as in here. Okay, we just use the image path. Okay, just continue. Then we have the name, we have the price. So for our case, I don't want the, I can remove this. Sales count, we can remove the sales count. So you could just like add maybe description. Okay, you can add the description. We have the category. I don't want this. I'm just going to add, I'm also not going to add a description. I'm just going to have the image and the title, as simple as that. You can add things like the created art and all that kind of nice stuff for yourself. But for my case, I'm just going to stop on this. So I have written only 2 columns. So you can just go back to the table. And here, let's pass in the right things. Table. I'm just going to, so data to export here. You can see we have handle export. You can name. So these others you can remove. Okay. You can just like go ahead and remove all these. You can say name and maybe also the image, and maybe also you can also get the slugs, so you can define this. There are some things we want to define. I just want to reach on the table. So down here is where we just have the table. So this is select, and then this is where we have the table. Okay, so this is just going to look at the errors just right now. If you look at this, category term is not for product. So let me just search for where we have this. Okay, so on the columns, just simply add the category item, just to know the data that is entering. So if I go back here, we have this. So you can use the processing. Okay, you can use it on the create button. Let me see. So while we have this add here, you can also just say instead of this, I can just say if processing. So I can just like tap into the processing. So you can say processing. If it is true, then you use, for instance, creating, and then else you have this, and then also you can also control on this very one, you can also control, for instance, the how do they call it, the disabled, and you say disabled is going to be equal to processing. Okay, so if now, wow, so we already have these showing up like this, and now we can just like create. I'm just going to search for electronics. Okay, nice. And the another thing is that, what else did I want to check? What do I want to check? What do I want to check? Oh, I wanted to add the create. So they just add one more category. So since we have now this, I can just go to Jumia and look at some other. Okay, I can look at some other categories. So we have, for instance, phones and tablets. So you can just come here and just say phones and tablets. Okay, phones and tablets. Let's just get a simple one like this. I don't think like that's like a right image, but let's just like save this. I will just go back here and create one category, add. Okay, so I just want to also first disable, remove the, since now everything is working, we might not need this. I'm just going to go back here, add. I'm just going to say this one is phones and tablets, and this is going to be BG blue, maybe 50. These are phones and tablets. Upload. Let's get this image and add. Okay, so the reset is working, and then also closing this. And I also did not see this processing working, but you can see that this is automatically added here without even refreshing. And if you just say so, go to the front here, this should be light and nice. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and the create is working. Let's just now work on creating a product, since time is not on our side, to be sincere. I always don't intend these videos to be really big, but I don't know, should I just like, do we need to do the let's like do the product, because I will not do all the other ones for the product. I will just also come and I think I do like update and delete of these ones, but then others I won't. But let's just go here. We already have the model working, so the only thing is to create the form. So we can start from the form in the products data table. So this one, make sure this one is not having this copy thing. Okay, so we just need to get this here. So we just need to get to know what is required and what is not required. We can just get the help from the product model here, and these are like the things we need. Okay, I'm just going to go to products as in types. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and I will paste them here. I will just duplicate this. So I also want to say create product item. So you don't need the ID, but you will need the name and then the Slug. You will need the price. So the ones we work on, we remove them here. We need the original price. Okay, then we need rating. So now the ones we gave are like default values. I think I will not add them in the form. We need the description. So all these ones I'm not going to add them. So then we have description. Should I add description? Yes, I just add a description. So I will remove some of these ones. This is a string. Okay, so I will add also the features. So here, features string. I will add the image and images. So here you have the image and images. Then I will do the same thing. Then we have like colors. Colors. So like some others, by the way, like this is a string array. Images is file array. This one is file or nar. Then even this is or nar. This is string array. So actually I'm just going to leave these ones as strings, and you're going to see why. Because these ones are going to be used by I mean, even this one, let me leave it like this. Okay, so price, colors, sizes, I think we made them nullable. I'm not going to work on these. And is featured, we need it because I need to make some others is featured, so that we can have the ones on the home page. So I'm just going to say is featured is a boolean. In stock, I'm just going to leave it because by default it is true. So we need all these things in our form. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and work on this here. Create item. So just go back to the products data table. So we know how this the concept, how it goes. So I'm just going to go back to the categories because this one, for it, we had it working. So what I would do is copy the form. Okay, we have the form which is inside the dialog content. So you can just like search where we have dialog content. So I literally can remove everything here and paste it with this. So we just need to get the submit. So you can just go here, literally get this, and also I will get this. So we don't have the submit, but I can have this here. I can get the router. I can also get a toast. This is going to be now product. And then let's go to So we have image, and we have also data.images. So here we can just like have take one, we just say upload images only, and then for the images we save an entire array like images like this. Okay, images, yeah, like this. Then we're just going to add in some more data. Let me just go up here, and this is going to be create product item, and we need to initialize all these ones. So name, I'm just going to do this, name, just like this. Okay, just do like this, and go back to product data table, and let me add them here. Name and Slug, we already have them. We have description, we have now colors. Let's remove the colors. We can just do is featured. Let me just give it a default of true, and then we have price. You can give it a default of 0, and then you have like original price, which is like 0. Features, this is going to be a string, and then image is going to be null, and the same thing with the images, is also going to be null. Okay, so we already have the image. Okay, so there is some complaint here, and I think it is just because of this we can just like hover here, can't find use form. Okay, get use form from inertia. Okay, so we have all these. Now if we just go back down, handle product add is not needed. Now this where we have data, okay, we can just like rename these products. So here where we used to have the dummy data, this one, I'm just going to have it as the products. Okay, I'm just going to have it as products. Now I can use that in the in very many places. Products, I'm just going to also use it in other places. Okay, I can search for data here. It is the most used. So let me get this. So here data is products. Okay, so let's just start working on this. We no longer need this thing here. Okay, so let's just work on the inputs. So this is where we need a product name, add new product. This is going to be product now. This is going to be product name, and then data.name input error. Let's bring in input error, and we have also to select in the data we need to add. Actually, I don't know, I always just like forget the category ID. So you have some category ID, string like that, category ID. We are back on the products, by the way, because they cannot show. We still have some errors that are going on in this product data, but let's just like input color. So right now we don't need color. What do we need? Let's go say category ID is going to be, and this is going to be like a number actually, I think. What do I need to do? I just need to look at these inputs. Let's just say we have colors, description. So let's just go back here. So here just say colors, product, colors. So are we just going to take these ones, product colors, e.g. so you will have to put them in like comma separated. I'm just going to say blue, and then you put, for instance, you can say blue equals maybe the color code for blue. Let me just go and see. The example is on product detail, where we have the example here, and now I want to see at the colors. So for instance, this is how the colors look like. So we have the color code, like you can have navy blue with the value. So what I also want to do is to simply do it like this. So in e.g., so you say blue is equal this. You can just say here navy blue, okay, equals, and then you put the first color, you put comma, then you put the second color. Like you can put, now let's change this to 6. You can put like now green, equals, and then you put the green color, whatever code you want. So if I just come back here, data dot colors, change is colors here, e.target.value, and just going to say colors. Here colors, even here colors. So you can have the description, get the text area. Okay, type your description. Okay, then we have the upload. So this one's going to be upload image product images. So yeah, we're just going to put product images and get this. So you can use any other input, the other one. Okay, so next is while we have the colors, we can have also the features. Okay, just going to have, of course, this for your case, for instance, product features. You can create like the tag input. So this one is going to be product features. Features, set data to this features, target features. So these ones are going to be comma separated. So you can also put here comma separated, just like that. Just feature 1 comma feature 2 comma, like that. Then what else? We have sizes. Let me just go back here. Name, Slug, colors, image, description. So we have is featured. Then we have price and original price. Okay, just like add those ones. So to where we have like this here, I'm just going to have price and original price. So this is going to be price. And then this is going to be also price. Target.value. So if you wanted at this point, you can convert it into number like this. Okay, and then input errors dot price. Then I'm just going to get the same input. This one is going to be product original price. Okay, then I'm just going to come here. These I'm just going to rename them to original price. Okay, next is, so we have the price. Prices are done. So we are remaining with is featured and the select. So for the select, I'm just going to go for here on shard. I'm just going to look for the select. So you can also look for it in the form, how it is used in the form. So I'm just going to get the select, okay, with the label. Select like this. Just go down here. The price. So we have these like the features. Okay, so I'm just going to give dot space y, and then inside here I'm just going to add this. Select, and inside there will be the select trigger. I don't need the form. And then I will have on value change, and then the default value. So I'll have to do a lot of things here, but first this one would be so first of all I will have to give it so if you look at the others input, they give it a sort of like ID. So I'm just going to give it like an ID. Do I need to give it an ID? On value change, we're just going to say set. This is going to be on value change, just like set. Can we just like access also the E, and then we can say set data to, so here's going to be the category ID, and then it will be set to e.target. I'm not sure if this has the target, the value, or it is just like the proper target doesn't exist on the string. So I don't know what this on value change. I think you have like the value. So like this is value, and then you have set data to, does this has access to the label? And then like value, I don't know. So just like maybe give it, then default is going to be I will just get the default. For now I need to map through the categories. Here there is one that is remaining. For now, let me just give it a default default value. Okay, it may be say 1, and we might need to convert that because this is not the category ID is supposed to be a number. For now, let me first leave it like this. Let me just first leave it like this to avoid errors. I need also the, I don't know if you just select the check or checkbox or radio. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know, but I'm just going to get this one. Let me first install it, the checkbox. I get the one with a form. So here they give you how you give it. And then here we have just the okay, I'm just going to first give it text checked and unchecked change. Usage, give you example here. I'm just going to copy everything, and then I'm just going to add it here. ID is going to be is featured. Okay, it will have a label. This label I'm just going to say is featured. I don't want to put this description. Then on the checkbox we have checked. It's just going to be data dot is featured, and then we have on the checkbox change. So here is where we have feed dot on change. Okay, so you can just come here and say, so you have maybe the value, and then you're going to have set data. This is going to be is featured, and then you are like is set to the value like this. So you say argument of type string or inside of type parameter boolean. So I don't know what this one is going to become. So I need to look at this form. I don't know what is still the problem. Okay, so there is this data, which is products. So it should now show us the table. Okay, still have issues, so we can just go to the console to know what exact is going on. So where we have length, I don't know why is this the line. The products, we have them here. Everything is matching. Data is products. I don't know where the problem comes from. Let me just could the problem be checkbox already exists? I think I'm starting to get tired. I don't know. For some reason, an code type error product cannot read undefined length. Length is becoming length. I'm just going to go ahead and comment anything to do with length. So here we have rows dot length is, so you can just come here on the table body here like this. You can just get all others, while we have the span. These are like for pagination, I guess. I don't know what's going on, guys. And this is coming from a turn stack. Categories data table component. So an error occurred in the categories data table. So this error is in the categories. And just go ahead and return this, the whole of the, I can comment this whole thing. ESLint will just go ahead and take on. Categories data table on line 409. So within here, so this is where the problem is originating. So just going to comment that. Consider adding an error bounded tree to handle this. Okay, so I'm just going to first go to the categories page. I just want to comment out this. And that one, what is going on? I'm just going to first restart the server. I can't understand what's going on really. Like, you be on the products page, and if there is error in any other place, it won't allow you to proceed. The error is in the turn stack table. Okay, let's first also make sure of something. If I go to the products page, the dashboard index, and importing a wrong thing actually here. I didn't even suspect that. Okay. It's now fine. I almost commented everything. So just go back to problem was on the imports. That's how developers, we suffer all the time. Can suffer looking for what the error is and you cannot see it. So the easy way to solve this would be a comment until it works. So you see table cell now was not there. Let's get table cell. Okay, seems everything here is okay. So go back to this side. In the categories, I also commented out a couple of things. I even commented out the entire table. Okay, it seems everything is okay. Okay, so let's click on this. Here we have a lot of things that we have, so I'm just going to make them 2 we'll make them 2 to make the form somehow manageable. You don't need to add everything here in the form. Okay, so I'm just going to say here we have this product name and the color and the features. 3 of them. Let's just like make the table to have 2 things. So I'm just going to move this to the next one. So this one has the price, has this, and now we have product features. What about this one? I'm just going to cut this. So we have the checkbox. So now these 2 here I can cut,
and put them in their own. So let me first do this. .grid .md grid cores 2. Okay, just add these two. Then we have this and the image. Okay, so in between here we have something else. Let me see now. I'm just going to go where we have the price. So there is where we have price. So this I'm just going to make it 3. Okay, so for this I'm just also going to add a label. So I'm just going to copy this. On the select, let's also add a label for category, and here's just going to be select category. Okay, so we have all the categories there. So you have the product name, the color. Just going to reduce on the form. Let me see. Let's go back to the color here. We can fix the label. Okay. Then for the images, we could also just like put them in here. So I'm just going to go down. So we have these two. Can also add them .grid .md grid cores 2. Okay, so you can also add a gap. I'm just going to add a gap. Okay. Okay, so we have this which looks now good. We can add a product with maybe the colors and all that. So the next thing is getting the, make sure we have all the data. Let's first bring in the categories. I'm just going to go and get the categories. I'm just going to go ahead and bring in the categories, pass them into the products. So that would be the first thing that you want to do. You can pass in the products and the categories. So I can just go to I can create another controller. I'm just going to create another controller. Okay, PHP artisan. Just going to say PHP artisan make controller, and I'm just going to make it in the admin product controller, and then inside that I can actually copy one of these into here, like list products, and then this is going to first get all the categories, and then get also inertia, and then this is going to be products. So you can send this. We can also get all the products, which is going to be product, and pass also this. So we are going to pass now with also the products, which is going to be dollar products, like this. Now let's go ahead and in the web, so if you route to the gate of products, we just need to go ahead and call the product controller, and we are just going to say list products, and you can give this a name. Make sure the controller you import it, give this a name of dashboard dot products dot index. Okay, so the name here, I don't know why it is product controller. Product controller, and a defined constant. What is that? Something is not right. Let's first look at our controller. In admin we have product controller, and here we have the controller is very okay. I don't know why in the web we are getting issues. It is saying here undefined constant. Oh, okay, so just put class. Okay, so now we can just go ahead and receive. So you can just go in the products here, and let's receive two things. We are receiving the categories and also the products. So here we have the categories, and also we have so categories is category item, and then for the products, I don't know which one we are going to use. can just first get a product, whichever I will just get, I will use that. So we can just like first check in types. Okay, we don't have the actual like product, so you can simply like duplicate this and we get like product item. I'm just going to add on the ID string, just like this. Go back to dashboard products and let's get product item like this. For categories, we're just going to pass them direct like that. And now for products, we might just need to create another variable here, because they have another shape they have. If you just go here, there is this product that they have here that we need to create instead. So I'm just going to go back here. So we need to create const data is going to be of this type. ID, which is going to be, so I will map. So in here, I will say products dot map access item, and then you can return this object. ID is going to be item dot ID. Then we have the name, item dot name. Now for the category, so this, we're just going to add in one thing. So you see how we have the category ID. I will instead add in category, which is going to be of category item. So if we go back now here, category is going to be item dot category dot name. Then we have sales count, so you can always just like put this like 0 for now. Then you can put image, which is going to be, so you can also just build this image from here. So it's going to be I'm just going to go and get the image path from shop categories. Just get this image path. We don't need to do any if statement, I guess, but let's just like put it here. This is going to be item dot image is possibly null. So I'm just going to say, since this, I'm just going to say that this is item dot image, and then I'm just going to, so you could just actually cut this direct and add it here. We have stock, which I'm just going to put 0 right now. Then we have price, which is item dot price, and then status, which is like in stock, so you can just say item dot in stock. I think we have item dot stock. They just go to this and we can add stock. I think it is called, I can check in the product model, and you can see this is called in stock. So you can just come here and add this as in stock, and then in this it will be item dot in stock. Okay, so we map and we get this now. So whatever we get here, we can just give it, let me say that I'm just going to get data is what I will pass in here as products is going to be equal to data. So receiving this side, let's start with we can get the categories. Also here we can also just say that categories I'm just going to say const category options is equal to sorry, I just have to map categories dot map, just get item, just going to return label, which is going to be item dot name, value, which is going to be item dot id. So whatever we get here is what we pass as categories. Okay, so reaching this side, we receive categories, and categories they be of type. So this one I can actually define that there is label, which is like a string, and then value, which is a number, and then this is an array. Okay, and then we can also pass in the products, and now these products of type product, we have, so you literally can comment out this. Now we have the categories. These ones will map them down here. Where we have the select here. So let me simply remove all these. So we should just map through this here. we put categories dot map. I'm just going to access an item. Let's return this. Okay, so select. You can first start with the key, which is going to be item dot value. Value will be actually item dot value. Now then here is going to be item dot label. Now when you go to this where we have these things here, we need to change something. So in the data here, category ID, as you can see, category ID is supposed to be a number. So this maybe by default 1 or something. So I'm just going to go here. This is supposed to be a number, I believe. This is a number. Okay, so down here on the select value, so this one has no problem. Then they have the value number inside the type string, so we can make sure that the whatever we pass here is number of this. And then for this is saying that string or boolean is not assignable type boolean, so you can also I think pass in this like it will just convert it to a boolean. Oh, okay, so basically now you can see we have fetched data here. If I click now this, so the first thing we need to check is the data going to that place. Everything, let's check the categories. Yeah, the categories are here. The problem is you cannot actually select any of the categories. Okay, why are we not able to select? Okay. I don't know why we cannot select. On value change, type string isn't assignable type parameter, isn't assignable to parameter of type number. I don't know why we are not able to select. I don't know, there is this select trigger. I don't know if it is the one which is not working very well. Select a category here. Why are we not able to select? We cannot be able to even click these things. Let me remember when I had the if I just go back to shard, check for the select, you can just check for the okay, the normal one. Let's just go to the usage. We have select, then after that we have the select trigger, okay. I'm just going to put, you have the select trigger like category, then you have the content, I just want fastest. So before I did the mapping, I just want to add these to see if they work. So if you just go back here, so right now these ones are working, right? And they're just like normal. So if I put these ones, let me remove this thing of like this. Okay, I'm just going to make this, let's just make it a string. We just I'm seeing, I just want to see if this changes anything. Does that change anything? Okay, so this we can just say to string. Okay. Okay, so right now this is working correctly. Okay. Nice. So you just have the product name. I'm just going to fill in some dummy data, just like this. So what we want is, there are some things we want. For the colors, we're just going to say you can pass in navy blue, and then you say is equals, and then you put the color codes ff. This is like white, and then you put comma, you say black is equal 0 0, like this. I'm just going to copy this one, the prices. Then features, you can also put feature 1, then feature 2, and then this is the description. Okay. So I would want to, then the images, you can add like 2 images like this. Okay, so let's go and send this. So we can manipulate some of the things from here, or we can first send it their side, but it would be good we send it from, so you can say data dot, for instance, colors would be equal to data dot colors. Okay, it will be data dot colors data dot colors dot. So this, we can split this by a comma, just like this. Now this becomes, this becomes a string array. Okay, so the same thing to features. Okay, then the same thing to, so you have the colors and the features. Okay, so these ones we have to change the types, I guess. I don't know if I say that this can be a string or string array. Features can also be string or string array. So if we just go back here, that means we can do this now. Because it can be it can be both, then it cannot do this. So we can just say if data dot colors so this one is going to say if you can just say if type of data dot colors is equal to string okay, if that is true, then otherwise is going to be data dot colors. So this must make sure it is a string. The same thing to this, if type of data dot features, and then here is going to be okay. So we now have this. We are sending it to post products. So when we go to this, we go ahead and go to the product controller. We need to create a function that is going to receive this. Can just name it as save product, and we can first I'm just going to go here in here. From request to up to save, like I'm just going to go ahead and paste everything here. This will be products. So on the request, so I'm just going to say here, you have access to the request $request, and you can validate whatever you want. Okay, I don't know if this, you can have like an array. All these ones are not, but I guess this is going to be features. Description, image. You can just go ahead and put all the things we need, and then let's get the Slug. I'm just going to go ahead and import this. No class imported. Let's just go look for import class, get it from here, and this gets it from the name. Now we have the image. Remember, we have the first image, public. We're just going to say products. Just going to put this one. It has this. Now we have the one for gallery. Okay, you can just check this here. We need to also create the one for the galleries. I'm just going to, how am I going to handle this? You have to first check you have to also select here, the way we have the image, you need to create one for images, and then we'll do a for each. You can just do for each, and then here you have, for instance, request. So remember how this works. You can just say categories as $category. So if you remember, this is how it is supposed to be done. So here you put the array. So you say if request just going to call it images. If request images as image, I don't know, because we already have this one is another thing, so you can just say as image. Then you can just say, now this one for has file. Let me check my notes. Let's check for the let's check the product. So you have nullable array, so you can check for the image, and then for the images, so you can just say images dot star, like you can add these to for validation. Like this one will check inside each of the images here. So I'm just going to say remember this one was called, so I'm just going to say images, and then this is images. Okay, I want to look at the so we also have is featured, I guess. Then we check the image. This one we already has it. Then this so we handle it like this. So before I do the for each, I'm just going to do, if request has a file called images, then I'll create this images. Then if request file, so remember this is the array here, images as image, then gallery. So here we are updating the images array with this products gallery. You can just encrypt them to be in products gallery, or you can just say product images public. So now we have the images. I feel like you can just like put this outside. Okay. Just like this. Now we can just say new product. Okay. So new product. I'm just going to go to the table. So if you remember here, we had all the keys. I'm just going to copy all the keys. I'm just going to put all the keys here. So we have the name, just going to be request name, and then we have the slug. We created a slug somewhere, so here is going to be $slug. Colors, I'm just going to do colors, which is going to be request colors. Let me copy this. Image is going to be $image. Description is going to be on the description. Is featured is also on request is featured. Then you have this price, which is going to be price, original price, then we have features, then we have the images. I'm just going to go to images. So here's going to be images, and then finally we have the category ID, which is going to be category ID. Okay, I'm just going to put the quotes. Okay, just like this. So we're just going to of course this is going to be new product. It's going to be product dot create, and we are creating new product like this. So there are some things we want to go back a little bit in here and change, like category. Even when we did like that, the category is supposed to be, so data dot category ID is supposed to be a number of data dot category ID. So this of course will not allow, so we can also come to this and we say maybe category ID is string or number. So this now accepts, and then for the prices and all those, for them I think I'd already converted them. Okay, so we can also intercept this data before we do match things in the product controller. So before I do this, I can first say dd of the new product, just to look at it. Just going to go back. Unexpected return token. Why is this? Okay, I'm just going to send some dummy data with some images. I just simply want to see that. So for this, I'm just going to put just a comma to see if the array is created. Even for this, feature 1, feature 2, and let's go ahead and send this. Okay, post method is not supported by route dashboard. Okay, let's just first go and see in the web. So where we put this is supposed to be post. So we have the one for list, which is listing the products. We need to have another one, this. Let's see. For the products, so far we have one. So I'm just going to have another one. Just going to have this, which is going to be save product, and this is going to be a post, and the name is going to be save. Let's confirm in the product controller, this method is called save product. So now we can send data one more time. Let's browse some images. Okay, so data you can see here, this is an array. Then we have, so you can see feature 1, feature 2. The images, I also have an array. And then also colors, I also have an array. Slug was generated colors, then the image, then you have the images. Okay, for some reason, price. Okay, so for is featured, then this is supposed to be like numbers. Okay, I think like numbers here, they just like make them string or something. I just like first try to go ahead and create this. So let me just go in the save. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and put this here and put the created product and see if we can have at least one we create. So let's go ahead and find one product icon Jumia that we can create under like electronics. So you can just go under electronics and let's find any product that we want. On these TVs, I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to get also the images. Let me save the images. And then 3. Okay, so I've copied this. I'm just going to go to in here, add. Let's just add this, the name. For the colors, I'm just going to put two colors. I'm just going to say white. So white is this and black is that. And then just going to say this one is 100. Maybe this can say 1 million. And this one just say 1.2. Okay. Features, let's just say here quality HD, and then we just say 4K display, high resolution. I don't know if these ones they all mean the same. Is featured, yes. And then category, this is the best TV on the market. Browse images, and we have these 3 images. Okay, and let's add. Okay, so we have not null violation, some fields here. Category ID of relation products violates not null constraint. So it seems like the category that is reaching that side is not the right one. Okay, let's now, before we send the data, I'm just going to first actually console log this. So let me just go back. I would want to see this data in the console. So category ID I can see is 1. And you can see the category ID, colors, I don't know, everything looks good. Everything looks good. I don't know why the not null violation 7 error null value in column category ID. I can see the money here. The images were generated. Postgres SQL insert products, name, Slug, colors is featured. Values are these ones. So we have for instance, name, Slug, colors, description. So we don't actually have this in here. We don't have the category ID. So where is it supposed to be? Let me first go back to the model. Okay, so the category ID need to be also here. Okay, category ID was not put inside here, so need to add category ID here. And let's also go back to the product controller. This was clearly put here, but was not included. So you can also add it in the validations here. Category ID, string required, and you can also just say, I think there is why you can check if it already exists. Like it exists in the in that, but let me just like leave it as required. Okay, so let me just try one more time. Okay. This was this product. White 1 million 1.2. So this is in electronics. Then features was like just going to say quality, and then here this is the best TV on the market. Browse. You can get all these images. For some reason we still have things to do with categories. Let's create. Okay, product created, and you can see here it returns back this. So you can just like go ahead and of course remove this. Okay, let's remove that. Now we have some issues. Now let me just go and check, because now we have the products cannot do the properties of an undefined name. We can go to the table on the index, and here we are also passing this. Status is not incompatible. Let me just go there. There are some things which needs to change. So this product comes from in here, so status is going to be a boolean. Anyways, if I wanted, let me just go back here. For status, I can change that from this side. I can change it here, status, and you say if dot in stock is true, you name this to be if dot in stock is true, then you name it as in stock. I don't know, like in stock is out of stock. You can first check actually in the in stock and out stock. So here in and this I'm just going to give the product, like the types. I'm just going to say product, get it from the data table like this, and now we are good. We still have the reading of name, index. First of all, let's console.log here on the index. It would be better if inside here I console.log products. Just want to see, like, are we having the products or not? Okay, let's first send these products. But these ones are being already sent, I guess. Index, there is array.map on index 20. Let me first remove this, put something. Reading the name again. Let's first go back to the controller, maybe the products controller. This one is when she's sending there the products. That should be okay. Cannot read the properties on index 20. Oh, this. Okay. Okay. I understand. So we need to change a little bit in the here in this controller, this one. So we're just going to go here and we say with, and let's just go ahead and we say with category, I guess. Okay, should just have the, yeah, nice. Nice, nice. So you can see we have the category. Let me now put back here item dot name. Okay, so let's just work on the image here for it to show. So for the image here, we just say storage. We're just going to say images. I think it must be like on the. Okay, we can check where this one is located. So if you just go back to if you just go into the app and you just go to storage, app, fabric, so you can see we have products, and then inside the products we have images. So I think this is storage. So we have two types. We have the image. This one is going to be inside storage products. I don't know. Public products. Okay, let's first look at the images. We have a lot of images. Oh, the ones of the TV. So inside the products we have, we have also for the TV product public products. Remember, we have the products and then the product. So if you just go back to the product controller in the image, so the first image we save it in the product here, then the second one we save it in products images. So for the image, I'm wondering here for the image, why is it not showing? Okay. It has to be. Let's first check how we did that. In this dashboard products index, I'm putting this item dot image inside the storage products. I'm not sure why it is not showing. So this, we just go and then display it inside the products data table, inside the columns, somewhere in the columns here. So here is going to be just direct. So if you want to get, okay, we don't need to, we just need to get we need to get the column. So let me just first try to access the column. So here just going to have return, and you can just say that, was it even necessary? We just say row dot original dot image. Let's first see. So if that doesn't work, then I might just like first go to the home. Let me go to home, and let's first leave it like, copy this. Let me first leave it item.image, then go to the table. Then here is where I'm just going to construct this. Storage, and here is going to be like row dot original dot image. So okay, so the image has typically refused. Okay, we're just going to first try to see if we can fetch this. I'm just going to add the second item. Let's go here. Still in electronics, so we can add some other things in the electronics. Okay, so we have this, we have this, then we have this. Just going to add like 3 or 4 products. So that we can have some data to work with. Okay, let's add these ones. I'm just going to add these, and let's save the images. This one has only 2. Okay, let's create this. Add new image. I'm just going to go back here. Oh, that's how they call it actually. So just bring this nearby the form, just paste here. For the colors, I'm just going to maintain this one 100,000, this one maybe 120. Features, I'm just going to put this is the best speaker. Choose images. There are 2. Let's create. Okay, let's first change these where we have the categories. Data table where we have the in the form. This is where we have the add category. So this is going to be product, and then also this is going to be add product. Okay, I'm just going to add. Okay, I'm just going to add the third one. So this one is done. Let's add this. Save the image. It has 3. And this. Okay, so I will add this here. Colors, let's just add some other, like 3 gray. Just going to say gray and black, and let's just come here, we choose electronics. I'm just going to put some any price here, doesn't matter. For this is also a speaker. Let's add these 3 so we can remove the old ones like that, and then we can make this is featured. Okay, so we can also add another one, which is this. I'm just going to add. You can download the images. I'm also going to add 3 images, just 3 images. Okay. So we have this. I'm just going to go ahead and add it. Colors, and then price. Okay, and then this electronics. This is a projector, and now we can actually remove the images, browse the images. And then let's add. Okay, so those ones will be enough for now. So we have 4 products. So since the images are not showing, I'm just going to first try to get these ones on the front end. So let me just go back in the home controller. So under controllers, we have one that is inside the shop, home controller. So let's get also the products. Get here products, product. Okay, import it. Now for this, I'm just going to get all of them. Okay, and let's pass these here. Just going to say products, and then we just say products. Okay, and now I can just say go to home page. So I just go to home, and we accept products, and then products of type product item. You have the product item array like this. So now we can send in the product listing, we can send their products, and when you reach here, I'm just going to say products, which are just going to be products of product item. So I'm just going to remove this, and let's go down here, because these toggle favorites, we don't want these ones. For add to cart, just going to say console.log ID. The ID is going to be a number. Let me just go down here to where we have this, so we don't need to pass in on favorites. We just need to pass in the product. Go to the product card. This one's going to be of type product item. We don't need this and this. Image, so we know how to handle the image. Const image path is going to be equal to storage products dollar product dot image, and then is what we're just going to use here, image path. Then this discount, we can calculate the discount here. Const discount is equal to product dot original price minus product dot price. The discount percentage is going to be discount over original price. So this is going to be discount over product dot original price times 100. And now you can use these ones here. If discount percentage, then here you can show that discount. Then this dot new, you can remove this dot in stock. So we have this one, we can also remove this. This on click is not necessary. This whole action thing, I'm just going to remove it. And then we have the detailed page, we'll link to that. And then we have product dot category dot name. Now we're just going to access the category like this. You need to make sure that in your controller you are adding with. So here you say with, and then we can add, so with category, just like this. and now in the this will propagate through, and then let's go back to product listing. Then we have the product.name, then dot rating. Rating is there. I don't know if it is necessary, but the rating is there. Then we have the original price. This is already to fixed, so dot original price. Then this one is discount. You also don't need to calculate anything here. It's going to be discount. And then we have add to cart. I'm just going to remove these and add. Just going to remove these here. Okay, and then product dot in cart, and this one is also going to remove and add, just add to cart, add to cart. We still have 3 errors. Let's just go and see. Star rating component, you can just like actually remove this. I'm not interested in it. We still have to add to cart. So what's the problem here is what is entering in here. So in here, this has to be a number. If you check, let's see, product.id. Yes, the argument type string is inside the type number. Product.id is, you can just check in product item. This has to be a number. Okay, just come back to so I don't know what is the problem on this, but something type number, say type string, the types of property are incompatible. I don't know why it is saying that. Oh, okay, so this one has to be also item. Oh, I don't know, I must have interchanged the types, because this one seems to be few items than this one. Let me first go back here to the front. Okay, so if you hover here, let's go ahead and first fix these percentages. The products, we are seeing them. Let me just go to the product listing. So the percentage, I'm just going to put it in a math.round, just like this. Okay, so the problem I have is that the images are not showing. Why are the images not showing? Let's just go and see. if you just go back to the console, we should see a list of the products. So I have an array of 5 items. Oh, so if you just look, okay, these are categories. I just need products. I'm just going to go back to home, and I will just say products. Must be in a wrong place. Product listing must have been changing somewhere else. Okay, just like sending this in the product card. I just want to look at this. Okay. Image, for some reason, image is not okay. The one for the image, but the folder for the images, for them they are okay. For these ones, the one for the single image is not okay, and that is for all of them. Oh my god, so what happened for a single image? Let me just go and check in the product controller, in the create, save here. I have image, so we have the image here. If request has image, $image is request file image store. I'm wondering how comes we have the same thing, because even this one is image store product public. Then when you come to here image, I'm saving to $image, then the images. I'm wondering why it is having a weird path. Okay, so I'm just going to in that case, let me just try to access from I'm just going to try to access from in this case, let me try to access from, I will just add the images. Is this the product item? Product item, these ones have to be strings. Okay, these ones to be string. So let me just go back to the product listing in the card. I'm just going to try to get from images at 0. Like, I just get the first one. product dot images. Okay, so if you just look at an array for the other one, images, they are in products images. Even these ones, they are not showing at this point. I have no idea why, because the first one for categories they clearly worked. Let me just check, try to inspect, see what is going on. I'm just going to inspect. I'm just going to inspect in here. Okay, so the image is here. Storage product image. Oh, okay. Is having storage products images. Have to only just put the word storage. I don't need to add anything else. Okay, yeah, I just have to put the word storage. I guess even the other side. How about still on the image? If I put the image storage image, does it show? Okay, for these ones, the image path itself is the one which has a problem. I don't know how I ended up with something like this. I have no idea for sure. But the other one works. This. Okay, so we have the images. We have everything coming from this. This is good. Okay, so due to time, I'm just going to, I think at this point, leave this video at this point. You guys can go ahead and do all other things. I just like to show you, maybe for just like do only one for the Slug at least, because that one is really nice. I would want to show that. Just like do only one for this for the Slug. Okay, so for that case, I'm not going to create even another controller. I just may just use this this controller. I may just do this. So remember, this is going to be like detailed page, so you can just say show detail like this, and this is going to take in a Slug. Okay, this takes in a Slug, and then we can just go ahead and get the product. Remember, we want a single product, and we can just say product find or fail. So you can just come here and just say first or fail, and then let's pass in the product. Okay, product, sorry, Slug, like this. And then you can actually just do something like product. So you can just say even do something like product. And then there is something you can say load. And then you can actually load like a category. Okay. And then after getting this product, we can pass this. We can just come here and we say product, and we pass this here product. Would also want to get the dollar similar products. So here would want to get similar. Would want to get the similar products, similar products, and then this is why you would say similar products. How do we get? So you just go here in the product model, and then you on the product model, this is what we could call actually. This is why we need to call the similar function, and then we pass in the product ID. In this case would be product and then ID, just like this. I don't know if we just need anything else like gate. I'm not sure if this is necessary. And let's pass them similar products. I'm just going to say here similar products. Let's go ahead and access these. So I'm just going to go these. We are sending them to detail. Which page was that? We had our page, which was pages. It is this product details, product details. Okay, so we are sending it to this page. So on this page we just need to accept first of all. I'm just going to go ahead and access the product and similar products. So and then I'm just going to get the product. I'm just going to give it this type for now. For similar products, let me also give it similar product. Okay, let's just go ahead and console.log both of them, product and similar products. Okay, so as we are still here, we need to work on the routing. I'm just going to comment these ones. I'm just going to work on the routing. Let me just go to web, and this is a public route. So where we have this detail, simply we just want to say maybe products, like wherever you want to put this. So you can just say route to, we can route to this slash products, then slash slug, so So here I'm just going to say Slug like this, and then we just call the responsible controller. I'm just going to say home controller, and then of course remember this has to be class, and then you can just say if you just go to the home controller, has show detail, so you're just going to say yeah, show detail. Okay, just like this. So now we just need to route to this product Slug. So you can just go to product listing, and while we have this CRUD, and here we can route to /products/ $slug. That's product dot slug, just like this. I'm just going to go back here. I just want to click on any of these ones. Okay, so I define the column global from products. Let's just look at this. I'm just going to go back to the query I did in the home controller. The one for, I'm not sure if it is this one or this one. So we have product, find first for fail on Slug. Do you need to pass like get? I'm not sure. Okay, let me just go to the notes. We displaying a list. So others you just like get them from like here. Let me just scroll down to see if I can find something like that. Can I just say Control F, search for similar products? Okay, so we have here Slug. So with category, then where. Okay, so this comes first or fail comes last, so just come here with, and say with category. Okay, and then with category, and then you can just say where. So let's change the where. Just going to say chain where. So in the where you pass in two things, the column, which is Slug, is equal to Slug. So you just put in is equal to Slug, just like this. Any other? That's it. Then for similar product, we pass the ID, and then we also pass in the tag. So here we need to take only 4. So you say take to get the only the first 4, we can pass in the take. Okay, let's go back to the detail here. Global, we still have the slug equal to this. Let me just see here. Dollar product. We can remove this one. Okay, I'm just going to remove this load. I'm not sure which one now that has a problem. And I defined the column for does not exist. Column 7 error, column 4 does not exist. Oh, I think we just said take 4. I'm just going to say simply get use this, and then we can control this from the JavaScript side. We can just like take this. Actually, this is something else. SQL undefined column 7 error, column 4 does not exist. Well, we have select 4 from products. Select 4. Don't know what is going on. Let me just go now. If you look at the SQL is getting select 4 from products. For now, let me just first do this. Go down here, similar products. Let me first make them an empty array. Okay, is it about this? Okay, so it seems like it is loading something here. Okay, so we have an object and an array. So in the object, we actually have all the details. Okay, we have all the details. Let's go. Let's first go to the detailed page. Where is the detailed page? Product detail. Okay, so let's go on errors. Product. I think this is the chairs. Product.name. What is on this? Oh, we are getting product details. This shouldn't be an array, right? This just like should be the product, just like this. So dot name, we have this product.price here. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so we have cannot read properties of null reading map. Let's look for where we have map. Okay, product colors. Okay, so for product colors, this is a different scenario, right? So inside here, where we have product.colors.map, and then we have the color and index. So here, okay, I'm just going to do a return of this. What I want is to be able to access the color here. So I'm just going to get this as object. Now I need to get, because this is a color object. Okay, I have, so this const color has to be divided into two parts. If you look at have the color name and color value, so we just need to divide it into name, okay, and value. So I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to get, this is actually just like a string, color string. And so in this string, I'm just going to say color string dot color string dot this one is taking it as an object. I have to change this in the product. This product here, where is it? This one. Here, color is something else. Color is not this. Color is a string array. So this would give us something else. If I say dot, we can split at equals. So I'm just going to split. I'm going to split at equals, and then I will just get the first item, and for the value is going to be at 1. Okay, just going to say this. Similar products, we can first leave them. We still have another map, I guess. Images dot images, and so we need also to do something here. I'm just going to cut this, and just going to use return. First of all, is that these images, so const, we just need to find the image. So I'm just going to say image path is going to equal to /storage, slash it's going to be image, just like this. And let's go to image like so. Let's go to where we have another product rating. This rating component, I can hide it. We have price, colors, then we have sizes. Okay, for sizes, I'm just going to first remove them. Okay, then we have another map, which is the features. Now for the features, the same thing. Let's cut this and let's return, and let's define here. Can you say const? For this one, I think they are okay. If you look at this and look at the features are okay. Okay, so you can see the colors here nicely rendered. The images, so here for this main image we need to choose. So we have where we have the main image. Just go up, main image, which is here. So here for the selected image, let me remove the color. Selected image, I don't know. So here we have this. Here we are supposed to have product.images at selected image. I'm supposed to also put this under slash storage slash, I think, like this. Yeah, so we have basically the products, and you can see the features and everything. Okay, so this one shows out of stock. I'm just going to go work on the similar products. I don't know why similar products are not showing, but let me just first go back to the controller. I don't know why similar products are misbehaving. So we have this. If we just go back the notes here, similar products, you pass in take and this. Let's first go and look at the similar function itself. So if I just go back to the product model, it's where we actually have this scope similar, text in a query, and a product ID. I don't know, you could just like maybe get maybe here is where there is a problem. Can I do, for instance, the similar way we actually got we are doing this. I can do where okay, like here you could do like this, where ID is product ID, and then you find like first or fail, and then here we just get product where category ID is product category ID, then where ID is not equal to product ID. Let me just pass in here let me pass in back similar products. Okay, and we just go back here. We have an array actually, so we have an array which has also this. Let me just go back to product detail. So the similar products, we have it, so we pass in similar products. I don't know where do we have similar products. Here, so we got similar products. If you just go look at the state for similar products, ID has to be first of all a number, the name, price, rating, review count, image. I'm just going to remove most of these things. Okay, I'm just going to remove most of these things. So go back here where we have the similar products. Let's map. So here I'm just going to use a link. This one should map to slash to products. Then here we just have product dot, so we need to add in a slug, so we can just like go to this. I'm just going to say this is going to be same as product item. Okay, and then for the image, so we need to do this. This is slash storage, and then slash and then now on here is going to be product dot images at 0. Okay, just like this. Then we have the rating, so you can just take off the rating. Then product dot price. Okay, yep, So we have here one product, related product, as you can see, similar products. If you click on this, you have this product here, and then you have the similar products bringing this item here. Yeah, so I wish I could continue to do more and more, but I'm just going to stop here, guys. Okay, I'm just going to stop here. The video is already big, so you can just like refer to this documentation I added here. It has all these other things you can get. You can get the you can try to get like the update. You can just come and say, for instance, search for like update. Okay, and then you look at the update function, how it would work. You can see text in a request and the product, and you can just like try and do that. I'm just also going to release sit down and release a starter kit which has all the CRUD functionalities and some also roles and permissions. I'm just going to release that one, and soon or later I will be announcing it. So thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next episode.